Good morning, it's afternoon. You're doing the same shit. It's boring, a lame excuse. I've gotten used to it. Good morning, it's afternoon. You're doing the same shit. It's boring, a lame excuse. I've gotten used to it. Why can't I just pay attention the way you act to barely care? I'm so goddamn tired all the time, yo, and I'm not even awake. I'm sleeping in too late. Past the morning every day. Oh hey, it's me again. I'm doing the same shit. Why can't I just do what I say I want to? Do what I tell myself that I want. Why can't I just pay attention? Why can't I just flip that switch? Why can't I just change direction? Why can't I get over this? I'm so goddamn tired all the time, yo, and I'm not even awake. I'm sleeping in too late. Past the morning every day. So goddamn tired all the time, and I'm not even awake. I'm sleeping in past 8 in the evening.
Hello. How's it going, gamers, gamettes? I would say those in between, but gamers is kind of inherently non-binary. Give me a second. I'm on my phone. We're having phone time. Oh yeah. I forgot about the Ponder Club, the daily game stuff. Well, maybe we'll do that later. I don't know. It was such a pain in the ass for whatever reason. So I tested this all. This is a capture card. I am on a bona fide, legally acquired Nintendo Switch. And Okay, sorry, I was just complaining to my friends about how my shit all broke. Anyway, stuff did not work. Happy birthdays in the chat. Thank you, Oscar Guerrero. Thank you, GLK. Thank you, Shell Hell. It's a good name. We got this all working. This is a few different systems that I haven't used before on stream, all working kind of at once. I have live split here at the. I can't actually because I have the like fade out. I can't reach up here, but must specify for the record. Yeah, it's essential. Maxine has put what I assume is Russian. I don't know. Something Cyrillic, but yeah, this was a whole situation to set up, but for some reason my keyboard was shitting the bed, which I don't have a very good keyboard already. I got it in a bundle with the graphics card that I got for my PC like 6 years ago, and this was during the 6 years ago no one can get graphics card situation, or it was very much like, oh no, people are buying them for crypto and NFTs. Whereas now, I know you can't get RAM, but I assume you can't get capture cards. Fucking hell. Graphics cards. I know computers not that well. Anyway, we're set up. I have... Oh, Max is saying happy birthday. Thank you for the happy birthdays in the chat. Technically, it's not my birthday. It's a few days after my birthday, but I wanted to spend my birthday with my girlfriend, so we're doing this instead. We are going to be playing Splatoon 2 Octo expansion, which is the DLC. Oh, fair warning, I cannot hear the Switch. I didn't really want to go through the trouble of setting it up to be able to hear it. So... let me know if the audio's good. Let me know if the audio's good. I have no idea. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be playing, yay, gyro controls. Gyro controls are the best. I love gyro controls so much. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing Octo expansion. We're not going to be playing for the story, so I'm going to be skipping through all the dialogue and stuff. I am going to be roughly playing the any % no death abuse route. I've tried this once. I tested this last night and it took me around 3 hours. So never played Splatoon because I have a hacked Switch. Yeah, that is the trouble with an online game. But the single players are good. This is a single player campaign, so if you have not played it, Octo expansion is very good, and it does have a pretty fun story, at least for, you know, Splatoon standards. But I'm just mashing through this. But anyway, every time we die, we will answer a question. I was really confident. I was so confident that, okay, I want to make sure I answer plenty of questions, but am I really going to die that much? And I played through this last night, and we will probably get to the end of our questions. Maybe not, but probably. We'll see. We'll see. I might be better now that I've, you know, done it once, but just go default skin. Do this hair, because this is what I use on Splatoon 3. I used to have a Switch, but I sold it. Oh, no. That's horrible. I am very lucky in that when I was in... years ago, when I was in a job that, like, paid me good job money, I bought a second Switch, because the first Switch was a gift. I have 2 Switches. Whoa. Whoa, look at her. She has 2 Switches. Yes, I have 2 Switches. Because they wanted the OLED. I wanted the Zelda OLED when it came out. And listen, was it a responsible purchase? Probably not. But when the game has character creation, barely any character creation. Okay, so we're going to start the timer once we hit yeah. We're going to have the timer going. I don't know. It felt in the spirit of what we're doing. I've never owned a Switch. My grandma asked still plays my N64. I mean, I also be playing in N64 games. I started just as a test it out an Ocarina of Time randomizer. Randomizer Archipelago this week on my own time. So exciting to get that working. Maybe I'll do something with someone sometime. All right. And we're starting. Timer's going. We're gonna, I have the questions randomized here, and hopefully that's gonna be adequate. We're just gonna mash the text. Just realized my stream was 3 minutes behind for some reason. That's how my stream view here on the left often is, where something happens and it just gets backed the hell up. When the game lets me play as a girl, I've been playing as a girl in Splatoon since before I was playing as a girl IRL. You know what I mean? I've been playing as a girl in Splatoon because they look so much better. They look so much better. I've never played as a boy in the Splatoon single players. Because why would I, you know? Once again, let me know if the if the audio is fine. If my voice is too low or whatever. Oh, let's... I hope I don't regret this. So, I am recording this stream independently from the stream itself, because I might do a little highlights video if I decide I have the time in April. Got mine in 2022 to play Bayonetta 2 and 3. Is Bayonetta 3 good? I remember hearing mixed things about 2. I remember hearing that the, oh, right. I remember hearing that the gameplay was good, but that the story was, like, surprisingly, rough to Bayonetta as a character compared to Bayonetta 1. Which I also have not played, to be clear. I would love to play Bayonetta. It does look like a good game. Okay. We got this. One of my issues is that there's some, like, movement tech that is only in Splatoon 3 and not in Splatoon 2, and I keep, basically moving my character as if it's in Splatoon 3, and that's a problem. I hope my cat doesn't need me to get her down. The finale of Bayonetta 2, but the rest is like a piece of art. Okay, okay. I've mostly heard mixed things about, like, Bayonetta's relationship to her dad, question mark? I don't know things about the series. Alright, alright, alright. We won't get to the AMA part until I actually die, so. You're an octopus who turns into and shoots goo. I turn into a more of an octopus, but I can sink into the ink. And yeah, that's pretty much, that's the mechanic. But it's like a movement, like a platformer shooter sort of situation. And this single player is level based. Hey, kitty, how about you don't take an interest in the myriad chords I have going on? Oh, another thing, I don't know if y'all will notice, but I have an Ethernet cable now. For my birthday, I was gifted an Ethernet cable. So we are actually hooked up to my router this time. I've been Wi-Fi warrior this whole time. Is that great? No, but it's what I had. If I were a more professional streamer, which I'm not. I stream for fun. I stream for me. If I were a better streamer, I would have a way to show the questions on screen. I don't. I didn't want to figure that out. I had no good ideas. Bayonetta and Jean are basically that aunt and her friend that live together. I love that aunt and her friend. I still remember the moment that I realized that my cousin and his friend were a couple. It's not like my family didn't treat them as a couple, like my extended family. I was just sheltered as fuck, and I didn't know what things were. I didn't know you could do that. Wi-Fi raw dog? Yeah, that is kind of the situation. All right, we're gonna be able to start an actual goddamn level here in a second. The atmosphere of this game is so delightful. You have some of this, like, grunge aesthetic, some of the kind of vaporwave, but the lighting's really good, the colors are really good. Let me tell ya, I love a game that takes advantage of its own style. Did y'all see the NVIDIA DLSS 5 stuff, where NVIDIA has now this, what eventually acts as like an AI filter to upscale a video game? I know it's not technically a filter, but it looks like a filter, and it acts like a filter. Okay. Okay, this is our little menu that we select our, what's it called, level from. We are starting with level AO5, so that's this one. Fake plastic station. All the stations are the levels, have cute little names. We have our gorgeous loading screen with the train. I love Octo expansion. This is such a good game, man. I've only played it through it, well, twice now, but once because of, there we go. Oh yeah, the each level costs a little bit of my money or my points or whatever. And there's gonna be enemies that I'm gonna have to kill in here real quick. This is like the tutorial level, so it's teaching my stuff. I don't know what I was talking about. Rest in peace. Oh, I've only played this game once, like, casually. a couple of years ago. Like, I popped back into a couple of levels here and there, but, okay, she wants to kill me. She also wants to kill me. But I played it to 100% completion, did the, like, super extra mega hard boss, which was, a huge pain in the ass. But, yeah, this is the third time I've played it. And the second was last night. I told myself, I was like, I don't need to practice the run. Why would I need to do that? Because I'm not, like, gonna be trying to do any little skips, because I didn't want to take the time to learn them. I wanted to focus on the other stuff that I'm working on. But I realized last night, I was like, oh, in fact, oh god, I might actually fuck this up. The thing is that last night didn't go, like, awesome on my own, but wait for her to come down. There we go. Last night didn't go, like, super well when I was playing on my own, but I wasn't talking and streaming, so I'm actually liable to do worse than I did last night. Maybe it'll balance itself out with the fact that I know what I'm doing now. I guess we'll see. We'll see when I die. All right, so we go from station A05 to A06, which is on the right. We are taking a route that takes us past the hardest level in the like story mode or whatever. Okay, we're getting a walkie-talkie call from lesbians. They're not textual lesbians, but they are everything else. They, like, live together, and it's a whole situation. Once again, tell me if the sound is too loud. I won't know. I won't listen because I'm not looking at chat. No, I am looking at chat. Okay. It is this one. Okay, A06. Here, we'll, if we don't die before we get to the one of, like, the 2 speedrun skips that I know, then we'll try the skip, and we'll probably fail. All right. Okay, so this level is timed. We have a minute. I don't have to kill these guys, and in fact, it's probably slower for me to... Okay, so now these guys, they will really hurt us if we run into them. I have, like, armor that breaks if I get the amount of damage that would cost me a life. And then if I'm hit while that armor is broken... Here, let's do that. Okay, we missed the skip. Okay, my first question, it did genuinely randomize to the first one, is from Sophie of, you know, this show fame, former co-host of Daughters of Ferrix, may she rest in peace. Sophie, who says, "Why are you so cool and attractive? Happy birthday." Thanks, Sophie. Not a question. All right, I believe, who's the next one? Who's the next one? Who's the next one? Okay, we'll answer a real question. This is from Tranny Oakley in the Discord. Where am I going? Am I going over here? That's right, that's right. You have to hit the sponges and then oh my god. Tranny Oakley asks, as the resident bus toucher, really former bus toucher, how do you feel about Portland's public transit? Do you find you use it often? Yeah, I mean, I do use it. Okay. I don't always leave my house each day. I don't always leave my house each day. So, in that sense, do I use it often? I don't know. But I use it whenever I go out, basically, because it is my means of going around. I have the good fortune of not owning or paying for a car anymore, which, let me tell you, you can spend a lot of money on other lifestyle things when you do not own a car, if you're a car-owning person. And if you're not, you are evolved, I guess. Anyway, Portland's public transit is overall pretty good. It has some real issues. There are some gaps in coverage that really suck. And, all right, that's our first level. There are some gaps in coverage that kind of blow And they did recently, like, reduce the frequency of some buses, which matters. That matters a lot. If you're not a public transit user, route frequency is, like, one of the biggest factors in usability. I have beef with, so there are multiple companies that do transit in Portland. One of them is TriMet. That's the main one. It does most of the trains and the buses. Most of the buses. There's technically, like, other things around, but that's not really. All right, this is another timed one, and we are on a little jetpack. So we're going to zip right the fuck through. Anyway, there's TriMet, and then there is Portland Streetcar. Portland Streetcar is, it's more complicated than that they are just a different entity. Okay, there's like a grapple thing. So, no, we missed. This is, no. Okay. I have beef with Portland Streetcar. I used to work for them. And I think that they are really poorly managed, and their frequency is atrocious. Okay. Next question, since we died. Oh, wait, hang on. No, wait! So I panicked because I've been forgetting to do the death counter. Whoops. Okay, we have 3. How are the Star Wars people you've met, authors / podcasters, etc., nice in person? What are they actually like? That does not have a name associated with it, so thank you for your question, anonymous submitter. Are the Star Wars people I've met nice? For the most part, absolutely. People are very kind. One of the nice things about both like the creator space and also just the vast majority of people I've met are people who like work on books and shit. And people who work on books are normal ass people. Far and away, they are extremely normal. Move this platform out. But the people I have met through Star Wars, are largely pretty nice. I've had the great fortune of actually fostering like a genuine friendship with like Chris Kempshaw, so that's not quite the same as someone I have met. And technically I knew him before he wrote an official Star Wars thing. Oh wait, no, he had written Battles. So when I was visiting Portland, I definitely felt the lack of frequency in some of the buses, but by and large was really happy with the trains. Yeah. Portland's streetcar, which is like through downtown and some other stuff, would be really useful if it were more frequent, but it is not, and there's like big issues in coverage because of staffing problems, because they won't change policies to make staffing better. And because of that, it is essentially only useful if you get lucky enough to hit it. All right, this is an 8-ball station. These are much maligned as some of the most difficult in the game. I have, like, medium trouble with them, so we'll just cruise through. Star Wars people are really nice. As far as, like, actual creators, there's not, like, a lot of ego in this space. I mean, obviously, there are people, like, you know, extremely, like, YouTube-pilled, annoying goobers who are, like, partially people who talk about Star Wars and partially, like, closet political pundits, you know, like me. I'm not a pundit. I don't do enough to be a pundit, but you know what I mean. But like culture war people, right? And get the checkpoint. Oh, do I have to roll the ball over to get? Oh, I do. I didn't know that. But I mean, I'm pals with Star Wars Explained. Both of them are very nice. Goose, Triad of the Force, really like him. Alden Diaz, basically everyone I met. There are a couple of people that I've interacted where I'm like, I am not super impressed with you, but none of the people that I've ever like talked about or done stuff with or actually hung out with, I didn't at least like, kablooey. People are very nice. for the most part. There's one bigger creator who I very much rubs me the wrong way. All right, well that's 2 more deaths. I think we're at 5. People are nice. For the most part, people are normal people. You know, if you don't. Okay. Max asks, friend of the show, Maxine Kwiatkowski, Bonapartista, she herself. What attracted you to Portland over Seattle or somewhere like California? Great. Portland, I moved to partially because, I mean, it was the decision I made with my partner, with my Goyle friend. And they and I wanted somewhere with better public transit than Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City has better public transit than, like, other red state cities, but, the city itself is very pedestrian hostile. The way the roads are designed, the way the blocks, the size of the blocks. Oh, okay. The size of the blocks, etc. And we moved because not only do we not have a car now, but my girlfriend is low vision. They can't see very well. They have several conditions that could very well mean that they, oh, no! Let's see, it's 1 more death or 2 more deaths? I don't know. They have several conditions that mean that they could very well go permanently blind. Like, their diagnoses from childhood indicated that they would be blind much sooner. Like the fact that they made it to adulthood without reaching full blindness is, semi-miraculous. It is... Oh my god. 2 deaths? Okay, we'll put another one on the counter. Listen, it's not science. I can't believe we are already... I have died more times than but it takes so long to answer questions while I'm doing this. I knew this would be a problem, but I didn't think it would be this much of a problem. Live notification jump scare? Wow, YouTube actually notified someone that I'm going live? That's news. Anyway, we moved for the transit. We moved for the climate because I was sick as hell of the desert. And, Portland's a lot greener than a city like Seattle. It's also somewhat more affordable if you want to live with, like, real good transit access. We gotta... Yeah. Oh, yeah, here's the part where it explodes all the guys. We moved for transit access. We also moved for culture. There's some cultural things about Portland that I don't gel with, but there are other things that I do, and one of the nice things that I have here that I just wouldn't have really anywhere else is that the social services need work, to be clear. The social services in Portland are have a lot of issues, particularly how accessible they are for several underprivileged groups. But I have pretty good healthcare. Okay, that's a lie. I have excellent healthcare because I'm poor. I don't make very much money. So I have very good healthcare. I have some good access to things that I wouldn't have otherwise, and basically stuff that I would not have in California. I would be fucked if I didn't live here in Portland. And it's why, like, despite there being cultural things that I don't gel with, I will not be moving out of Portland anytime soon because I am a level of safe here that I have never been. Not that I feel secure, right? There are lots of bad things happening in my country. My passport is wrong. But I do feel safer here than I would most other places, including in California and probably in Seattle. I like Seattle as a place to visit, but okay, I'm answering other questions. I know we took a lot of deaths on that one. Do you agree that we should have force-sensitive droids in a story, and why should this be a B1 battle droid monk? That's from Xylian. Xylian likes to ask questions about B1 battle droids. Yes, I think that's a good idea. However, the issue with force-sensitive droids is just that people are like, droids can't manifest through the force. That's complicated. I think it is purely a hardware issue. Sentient life, organic life, connects through the force via midichlorians in their cells. That is the text. That is how that works. Okay, I believe we go up now. CO2. Yeah. Shrinky ink station. It's a hardware issue. So the droid would have to be augmented or built different to connect through the force. Because most droids lack the, like, cell life oh, fuck. This is a limited ink station. There's a really good chance that we're gonna die just because I forgot the gimmick of this station. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. Okay, this guy cleans up my ink. All right, we made it through. Any B1 battle droid stuff is cool. I think it's good to... I like stories about battle droids because they are veterans of a war in which they were as disposable as a soldier can be. All right, how many more deaths do we have? We'll do one more to make up for all the death questions that I missed, and it's also from Xylian, so that works out well. Would Leia as a senator and a candidate for chancellor be considered woke in time of Bloodline, and would the new Republic alt-right make fun of her like they do IRL? See, that's complicated because one of the interesting issues with Leia as a senator, the left-right idea in politics has many issues. But it is surprisingly robust. I think that the fact that it has lasted as long as it has, what, like 300 years, 200 years? And, oh God, it's this one. We might really fucking die on this one. I'm not feeling confident. God. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump over here, kill that. Okay, we got all this. Got this guy. We're gonna go up here to this level. These are kind of a pain in the ass. Oh God. Okay. Is it? Okay, we're missing 3. Okay, that's one of them. Oh, and it's the big one in the center. Okay, let's switch over here. Sorry, I gotta lock the fuck in on the spoon real quick. Oh, I'm out of ink. Oh my God, I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention to my ink reserves. Okay, we can do this if I play it real smart. Okay, one left. Let's do this. Box movement, and got it. All right. I do find it difficult. So the way I think of it is that right-wing politics are the, like, consolidation, creation, and reinforcement of hierarchies, and left-leaning politics tend not to be that. There are other commonalities, but kind of the issue that we see in Bloodline is the way it's explained is you have the centrists, not that kind of centrist, is I believe the Lindsay Ellis line. The centrists and the, what are they called? The sectorists? I don't remember. Fake Star Wars fan. Oh my God, we really might lose this one. What about something like General Grievous? Could he have Force sensitiveness? Yes. Grievous would be an entity within the Force. I think that has happened texturally because he's a cyborg, right? He has a presence within the living Force, as does someone like Lobot, right? Moving to Seattle, I learned about the idea/stereotype of the Seattle freeze that locals are not particularly social to people they don't know. There's any such thing in Oregon? Yeah, kinda. It is very much a who do you know kind of city. It's also really hard as a queer person because, like, I come from Salt Lake City where queer people glom onto one another, because it's like, where are you gonna find another one of these, you know? Queer and alt people, like the crossover between alt spaces and queer spaces is almost a circle, not because all of those people are queer, but because all of them are relatively ostracized within the, like, Mormon conservative cultural norm, right? Portland does not have that. Portland does not have, for the most part. There are people who are, like, looking for friends, and so people are, like, a little bit more prone to be friendly in that way, but yeah. Anyway, the main issue in Bloodlines that... Oh my god, I live! I thought I was dead for sure because I forgot about the grate. Okay. The main issue in Bloodline is, essentially, do we consolidate power to the Republic, or do we, oh no! Or do we give power to the individual, like, systems and states and stuff? And, that is, like, authoritarianism versus libertarianism. I mean, like, global libertarianism, not American libertarianism. Because American libertarianism is, basically authoritarian capitalism. But, what other kinds of capitalism are there, am I right? Yeah, that's kind of the issue. And there are, like, trends towards, like, the version of left-right that I gave, where I was like the hierarchy and the you would go like, okay, so within that pure definition, pure platonic, the left-right divide is right is toward authoritarianism and left is away from it. And listen, that's how I think of it. That's how I do my politics. But it is more complicated than that. Statism is just very common in general. And God knows that American Republicans love to pretend that they like small government. So, I do think that, like, we can assume that there are certain, like, cultural, like, the like, traditionalist party, the centrists in Bloodline, are very comfortable with the Republic's imperial past. That is very much a conservative thing. So being against that, which is kind of Leia's position, is a woke. Is like a woke. Would be woke, right? Leia is woke. However, when Leia gets canceled, because everybody figures out, or it is leaked, I guess, that she is, which she should have gotten ahead of. I get why she didn't, but that should have been part of the founding myth of the rebellion. When she is canceled for being Darth Vader's daughter, that's like when right-wingers pretend to care about the things that we care about to, like, boost the way that we tear each other down, you know? All right. We died. Elena asked, how'd you get introduced to Star Wars? Was there ever a point when it was just a casual interest? Yeah, so I didn't consider myself into Star Wars as a kid. I was not... I don't know. There was stuff I was into. I really liked Lord of the Rings. I really liked Harry Potter. But I didn't really consider myself as a person who was into Star Wars because, like, when I was growing up, it was, it was the 2000s. Star Wars was, like, not what it became for me later. I really liked The Force Awakens, and I went, oh, yeah, I really like the original trilogy, and I had been playing, like, Lego Star Wars my whole life. I had toys of Star Wars. Like, I did like Star Wars, but it wasn't until, like, I remember people in school being like, what? You like Star Wars? You know Star Wars characters? There was, like, a test or something, like a fun, like, quiz or whatever. It was like, name a bunch of Star Wars characters. And I'm like, I can name Star Wars characters. And I didn't even consider myself a fan at that point. And then it just, like, spiraled and spiraled and spiraled, and I wanted to be more involved in stuff. All right. That was from Elena, and this next one is from Tasha Reisterer, I think. Maybe Reisterer. Ooh, okay, it's this one. A while back, you made an offhand comment about how the anarchist Jedi would be cool. It's kind of stuck in my head since, so I was wondering, what would you think the ideal structure for an organization like the Jedi would be? This is a great question. One of the issues with it is that I said that a pretty long time ago. Probably the better part of 2 years ago. I'm not gonna have enough time. I'm not gonna have enough time to finish this, but you know, it's practice. It's a practice round. It's a practice round. It's a round. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. No! The issue is that that orange box takes a lot of time to hit. And so the timer just barely gives you enough time. All right, I'm going to keep talking about Anarchist Jedi because I'm only barely scratching the surface of that. God, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. I think in general, the Jedi have shown that their faith is at its worst when, like, consolidated into a form of centralized power. Which, you know, I have my own thoughts about with regard to religion in general. But, oh no, I don't have enough ink. I don't have enough ink! Ow! Fuck. But I think generally speaking, most Jedi should not have, weapons. I think, you know, it's fine if there are some that do. Most Jedi should not have service weapons, because most of the time they don't need them. When you have a weapon and you don't need it, it leads to problems. Even when you are an ontologically good knight of the ontologically good force, you know. I do generally believe that the Jedi aim to and often do good. Jedi should probably basically serve in... There shouldn't be a centralized structure. They should serve in disparate temples in different places, and those temples should, like, become parts of their local communities and, you know, sectoral communities. It doesn't just have to be planetary. But the larger that structure gets, I think the worse off the Jedi are, and the less they're able to actually help people. They're obviously, like, there's during peace times, they're Jedi that engage in research. How do I play this game? Oh my god, I forgot what fucking button it was. In research projects. I think that that's lovely, but I think in that case you would have, like, the Jedi Temple Institute on Barleth. You know, you would have, like, specific people in a specific place, and that's the work they're doing. Instead of just, like, one Jedi library, one Jedi, like, main Jedi temple. I think that is clearly what they would be best off with. Come on, please. No. The Jedi need to volunteer with food, not ion bombs. Yeah, exactly. The Jedi need to set up food, not ion bombs, right? Because that's kind of the main problem. We're missing some deaths. We're just gonna add 2 and see if that's enough. All right, that's another one from Maxine. We have some people who, like, sent in a bunch, and that's because I said more questions the better, and I stand by that. Okay. We're gonna answer that question after we get this level, because we're gonna get this level right now. Okay, get the ink. Get all of these. Get on this. Oh god, okay. Get that, okay. Get some extra ink, get some extra ink, get some extra ink. Ink. Okay. We're not gonna have the low ink problem. We just gotta make sure we're good on time. Okay. Okay, we have enough time. Come on. Every time that goddamn level ends that way. All right. Maxine asks, in your home, is no boar gullet illegal? No. We do not have mandated boar gullet in my home. All right. This next one is the hardest level in the, like, base story mode. It's called Girl Power Station because we're gonna murk some women, I guess. Oh wait, actually I want burst bombs. This took me like 10. Hell yes, the Jedi as activists is the way to go. Yes. And, like, listen, they're able to do that if they're outside of the state. You know, if they're anarchists, they should work within, against, and beyond the state. I think that is what Jedi are best off doing. Anyway, it took me about 10 tries to do this last night, just kind of from the off. Granted, you get better at it with time. This is one where the way to win it is by knowing where the enemies spawn. But I will not count it as a death unless we run out of all of our lives, all 5 of those lives up there, okay? We'll like count it in the number, but I will not count it as a death in the question. Maxine likes to ask about Borgullet because she thinks Borgullet is funny. And listen, I agree that Borgullet is funny. They made a tentacle creature. They made a oh my god, I should be on the other side. I shouldn't be on this side. Oh no, I forgot. I got it mixed up. Okay. All right. This is bad. This is okay. Okay. That's one death. Maxine likes to ask about Borgullet because she thinks it's funny, and I think Borgullet is funny. But my strong feeling about Borgullet is that it is a torture device. So I do not want Borgullet in my home. I wish we'd get a story about the Jedi Service Corps. The thing about the Jedi Service Corps is that they're kind of not real. They basically only exist in the TTRPG. And I do think that they should get to be real, mostly because I think it's interesting. But I think the idea that people get of the Jedi Service Corps is probably wrong. I think I've heard it explained that, okay, she has her umbrella down. Okay, that's really good. I believe they're going to spawn over here next on the side, right? Oh, yeah, one of the issues is that not only are we defeating our enemies, but we have to protect this orb. Oh, my God. Paintbrush. Oh, my God. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. Okay. There's going to be one on the other side. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay. She's gonna pop a special. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. God damn. We're dying. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna do this. Oh my god. 22 seconds. We're doing fine. We're not doing fine. We're not doing good. This is bad. This is really bad. Okay. We died. Borgullet is a torture device. No, yeah, I think I've had to explain, like, if you get kicked out of the Jedi, you have to go, like, work on the farm as a, you know, servant. That's not what the Jedi Service Corps is. It's, hey, you can still be a part of this community even if you're not like a knight, you know? And I actually think that should be a significantly wider percentage of what the Jedi is. Because it's like the people who, I guess, quote-unquote, fail the Jedi trials, my guess is it's like you decide when you fail, but the masters decide when you pass. Does that make sense? She finally answered she will not legalize Borgullet. No. Borgullet is a war crime, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I just accidentally... Oh, God. Oh, no. Sometimes I hate spreadsheets, man. Deselect. Okay. Okay. We're gonna lock in on Girl Power Station and see if we can get past it this time. And hopefully... hopefully that'll be adequate. And if not, we'll answer another one. That one. Oh, she didn't die. All right. So we want to kill this one next, because we need to give... This one's slippery. But we also need to give this one time to deploy her umbrella. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's this one. And then this one's... Oh, my God. Okay, maybe we really should go to the other one. Okay. Hit this. Give it a little bit more life. And then let's kill this enemy. I think this is the one that has the special. Like, if you want. Okay. Oh, God. Die. All right, that's one of them. Okay, our shit is under attack. There she is. Okay. Put some more goop in it. Gotta ink it back, Okay. I don't, there she is. Oh my god. There's another one over, oh my god. Die. Oh my god. I'm getting carpet bombed. Okay, this is, you know, no. 3, 2, 1. We did it. We fucking did it. It's been a few years since I played Octo Expansion, but I immediately remember the stage bastard level. It is very obnoxious. I will say I really like about it that because you select your sub-weapon, you select which bomb, you don't have to select which weapon. I mean, you have like the 12 or so weapons that you can choose from, but because you don't have to select which weapon, you only have to beat it 3 times to 100% the level. All right. We're gonna answer another one from Elena. Okay, I believe from here we go down to... What level is this? J04? No, we do... Well, okay, which is that? It's... Oh, we just did J03, so now we do J02. That's right. Okay. This one, we're gonna chill out. This one is like a methodical one, so we're not gonna try to speedrun it. By the way, I saw your lecture with Chris, and as a historian and history teacher myself, I really liked it. If you like Game of Thrones, Fire and Blood has also the gimmick of an in-universe history book. I have heard this about Fire and Blood. I have not read nor seen Game of Thrones. I started the first book, but then I was like, I was 11 or maybe 12. I started it and I was like, this might be above my age range, was how I felt about it at the time. Not that I didn't read other fucked up stuff, but I didn't usually know. I didn't usually know. Okay, so the gimmick of this level is that I have to match the shape of these crates on the right to this structure on the left. And it's already, like, all these orange crates are what I have to shoot. I just have to be careful not to break any of the, like, brown crates. So, anyway, thank you, Shaha. I'm glad that you liked it. I was really pleased. One of the nice things is that, oh, God. We don't want to hit those. One of the really fun things about that, presentation was that it kind of, you know, summoned the dweebiest of dweebs at the Dweeb Conference, and that meant that there were a lot of people who felt very strongly about, like, good teaching of history, and I think that made for a really good energy in the room. Like, you can probably hear in the recording the times when, like, I'm pretty sure that there was, like, I believe, a history teacher like yourself, towards, like, the left of the room, who I was, like, hearing their like, audible pardon me, their audible affirmations throughout the entire thing, which I found very amusing and very satisfying. Are you looking forward to Chris's new Star Pilots book? Yes, I am. There are a couple of books that he has told me about that informed the way that he sees accounts of history. And I'm really excited for this because it is very in line with what he's talked about. I believe there's an Italian participant in World War, I think it's World War I, Primo Levi. Wait, is that? No, wait, I think that's World War II. I don't remember. Has like oh god, has like a biography that I have heard Chris talk about. Not like within the context of this book, just like talking about historical writing in general, privately. But oh god, stuff like that he's talked about, and so it really charms me that he's getting to write something in similar vein. I was very excited when he like teased it back at Celebration. It was fun talking with people and kind of, I felt like I had a really confident idea about what it would be. I was right. So anyway, yes, I am looking forward to it. It's fun that he's getting to do more. It's fun that that kind of tone of Star Wars is going to be expanded upon, because I think the more there is of that, the more people enjoy that, and like that is what they want to see and what they replicate if they're a person who ends up making Star Wars. That's one of the best things about Andor to me. Is actually just that people are like, there's never going to be anything like Andor again. I mean, in the sense that Disney doesn't want to spend money on streaming right now, perhaps there will never be an expensive streaming show ever again. But tonally, Andor is kind of the backbone of what adult fans like about Star Wars. And I don't mean like adult fans like you and I mean adult fans who write Star Wars books, who want to make Star Wars in film, who, et cetera, et cetera. That is going to affect Star Wars. It already has, but it's going to affect it more and more and more as time goes on. Like, you can already see it in the way people are making things, and I think it's foolish to expect that is the height it will reach. I genuinely hope that there is a Star Wars thing that I think reaches the heights of Andor, and then surpasses it, because I think there are lots of things that Andor could have done better. There were an awful lot of dweebs in the panel room. Yes, that was the target audience. I have a question from Elena. Do you watch or listen to any other Star Wars related podcasts or channels? Yes, sometimes. So I used to watch/listen to more before I was making Daughters of Ferrix. Sometimes when I'm watching people talk about Star Wars on the internet, it stresses me out because I'm thinking about work. But I have a bad relationship to like my own work ethic and stuff. Can we make this jump? No. I have a bad relationship with my own work ethic. Okay, work ethic is probably the wrong term because I believe I have undiagnosed ADHD. I definitely have something that I would benefit. Oh God, I would benefit from stimulants, I think, and that has really hurt my ability to get as much of this show done as I would like to, and as I feel like obligated to. Anyway, so like watching people talk about Star Wars does stress me out, and like especially around Andor. I got like really sick of other people's Star Wars commentary. I tune into Star Wars Explained less than I used to, just because I don't spend a lot of time watching people talk about Star Wars these days. But, you know, Star Wars Explained, I tune in to try Out of the Force because Goose is my buddy. So sometimes I want to see what he's up to. Rewatching Andor is very bittersweet after the release of Season 2, knowing how Bix's journey concludes. Yeah, I think it's rough because, like, Andor Season 1 on rewatch is, like, a lot better, and I think Andor Season 2, kind of knowing where things go, some of the stuff is really good and really tight, and oh god, almost fell. Some of the stuff is really good and really tight, and some of it it does not hit, I guess. And some stuff does, of course. But I've been thinking almost nonstop for the past year about we should pick these up. About my criticisms of Andor Season 2, and kind of getting overwhelmed with, like, how in-depth they are in my own head, which is one of the reasons I haven't written about it. Andor Season 2 treats Bix so poorly? Yes. It makes me happy that I am seeing that sentiment more than when the season came out. It was exhausting when the season came out. People did not want to criticize the show in any way. Anyway, I do listen to people talk about Star Wars. Daughters of Ferrix itself is actually more influenced by... I mean, the way I think about Star Wars is, of course, affected by years spent watching Alex and Molly before I had like met them and stuff. Okay, this is the only non-like story boss that we're doing, so this might take some deaths. Oh god, I fucked it. We lived! I thought for sure I was a goner. But it's more affected by, I mean, there's like media crit stuff, right? Everyone watches Jacob Geller. The way he writes about video games, I think, has really affected the way I think about analytical essay writing, because that's kind of what I do when I script the show. It's a little bit different, but not by much. There is a Zelda. I don't think I've ever talked about this online, but I am going to because it is really seminal to part of the way I've learned to think about, particularly like, I guess, franchise media. Oh god. There's a Zelda lore podcast, and when I say Zelda lore, I mean they just fucking yap. They just get in a room and they get in a Skype call and they just talk about shit. It's not like it's very informal. It's very like they're not trying to make it more than it is. It's very much just fans having a good time. But it's called The Book of Medora. It is fantastic. I haven't been tuning in lately because I have not been listening to podcasts much in general, just because I don't have work that makes it easy to listen to podcasts. But they have really influenced the way I think about things as an adult, because I started listening to them back in like 2020. There are some other things. PBS Idea Channel is this like, is essentially like proto BreadTube, essentially, is what PBS Idea Channel is. Like, before video essay was a medium, before it was defined by people like Lindsay Ellis and H Bomber Guy and other people that I'm definitely forgetting to credit. Okay, got one of them. This is easier. I was playing handheld last night, and this boss fight is much easier with a bigger screen. Not that I feel 1,000,000% confident that I'm not gonna die, but I've had an easy time. Yeah, PBS Idea Channel was, when I say essays, short, tiny, bite-sized. Their first episode is like 3 minutes long because we're talking about like 2011 YouTube. Old as hell. But I remember being a pretty little kid at the time and watching PBS Idea Channel. And PBS Idea Channel, not in a video sense, but taught me how essays work. Like, I remember the first time I had to write an essay in school, as like a middle schooler, and not really having context for what that should look like. And then I thought about the like hours I spent watching PBS Idea Channel, and oh god, we might die. That like told me what I wanted my tone to be. And listen, I'm sure that essay sucked ass. Oh no. We died. I'm sure that essay sucked ass and was not especially good. Frankly, none of the things I wrote in high school were. There was one thing that I think was okay, but it would not hold up now. Anyway, but that like really affected how I think about essay writing and why I'm very much like, I do not engage in like, I'm very picky about doing things really boring and really redundant and really annoying. I hate like learn how to write an essay structures. I just despise them. I always have. My girlfriend is in like a program for a paralegal certificate right now, and they're doing like legal writing, and they ask for my help sometimes because they want to like run stuff past me, etc. And I will just have to like put aside the part of my brain that's like stop that's like you can't, like, not you can't, but like where it's like there's stuff that's being repeated and it's like phrased in a certain way, and my girlfriend has to be like, well, this is how this works, and I'm like, okay, you are the expert, because my thing is that all of my writing and all of my writing preference is for clarity, accessibility, and maybe entertainment. Maybe. But those are my priorities, right? It's like the way I write citations. I don't write citations academically. I write citations for funsies. I think we're at 2 deaths. The thing is that I've never done the death counter before, and I just keep forgetting. We have a question from Moriarty. I think is how you would pronounce that. I'm sorry to you if that's not. Wow, the floor around here is like Russian. That's horrible. Is there any pocket of the Star Wars universe you feel is ripe for exploration? If so, what creative voice would you trust to explore it? So, one of my main things is that I like when a creator is doing an aspect of the setting that they feel very strongly about, kind of whatever it is. I think that is generally when someone who feels very strongly about a topic is writing it. I don't think that's the only way to write well, but I like it. I think it's good to well, that's frustrating. Is there an aspect that I want more of? I mean, there are several, but the thing that comes to my mind immediately, the corporate sector. The corporate sector is woefully underexplored, but it's one of those things where it's like, do I want to see how that gets handled? Because I am an anti-capitalist, and Star Wars is very often sort of anti-corporatist, but that's about where that ends. But I would want an anti-capitalist to write about it. I would also want someone who is poor to write about it, you know? But that's my preference in general for the type of people I would like to hear from. So, and I will look at another question. Oh god, I will look at another question in a moment. But we're gonna beat the Octo shower. Oh my god, please no, please no, please no. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god. I wish the range of this thing was, oh god. Okay. Okay, wait, one left. Oh no, okay. It's the fucking heavy repeater gun or whatever. Come on. Oh my god, I missed the fucking range on the goddamn die. Okay, we got it. I'm pretty sure that was the last phase. Think we are donezo. Alright, we have an extra death that we didn't input before. Corpsec has gotten a lot fluffier. I wouldn't say that. There's some bad shit about the Corpsec in canon. Corpsec is just a lot more vague than it used to be. I would not call it fluffy. No Star Wars writer likes Corpsec. Xylian. Again. Hi, Xylian. I appreciate Xylian. Xylian is a patron. Many people here are patrons, to be clear. But I appreciate Xylian. With your old age, did your perspective on Star Wars change over the years? My old age, my wizened years of 26. I almost said 25. I'm 26 years old. I couldn't even fucking remember. Oh, this one. Okay, this is huge. So this is one of the MacGuffins that we have to get. There are 4 spread across the level map that we have to get to. Mysterious objects, 4 pieces of who knows what. What even could this be? You know, what is this? What does it remind you of? Here, let's explore the level. What do you think that is? Honestly, can't even tell. We gotta get 4 of those. Imagine being born in 2000. Closet Demon, were you born in 2000? Oh, happy birthday week, by the way, Closet Demon. I can't remember which day specifically. It was the 20-something, right? I'm sorry that I don't remember. I've had many a birthday this week. Yesterday was actually Sophie's birthday. Sophia, the former co-host of Daughters of Ferrex, Dunstan. Anyway, with your old age, did your perspective on Star Wars change over the years? Yeah, actually, drastically. At the very, very least, I remember being like a teenager and not really liking the prequels, and then getting more normal about them with time. It's today. I'm a whole 20 now. Happy birthday, Closet Demon. Everyone in chat, say happy birthday to Closet Demon. Okay, from here, we go to J04. So, I believe that's over here. That's this. Yes. Why you make me feel old? I think you're making yourself feel old. Feelings of, oh my god, it's this one. I hate this one. This one's gonna take some, but I've also, more jaded is the wrong way of putting it, but my perspective on Star Wars has very much changed in that I, don't take this the wrong way, I care less. I feel less strongly about how things should be. Not that I was ever, like, shit my pants over it kind of a person, but I have a lot of other things that I'm worried about now. Not like, oh, I'm an adult, I have things I'm worried about. No, I mean, I've been working to live for however many years, so it's not like that, but it is very much, the world is very big and very dangerous right now, and Star Wars is occasionally a means by which I understand that, but it is decreasingly so. And you know, part of that understanding is like deliberate. It's like fun, but that kind of fun media crit. Oh, I want to talk about this thing, and I feel less and less and less of that, because I feel like things are so serious. That's one of the reasons I have had a really hard time writing the show, is that it was originally moored in that kind of fondness. And that's not to say that fondness has gone away, but it's taken a back seat to everything I feel now. All right, let's go kill some octopuses. Octopodes. All right, so we got an umbrella, which means it's a sheep. I never died that quickly on that one before. All right. Well, next one. We have a question from, I chuckled with my, I chuckled to my girlfriend about this one yesterday. From Sammy/Rosie, who is undecided on what name they prefer, which I think is very, very cute. Real as hell, Sammy/Rosie. Both are pretty good. I have a transmask friend. Sammy/Rosie asks, what was the moment you began to connect Star Wars to real life politics? Was it tied to the conception of the channel? So, no. I've always been like this. No, not always. The reason I did it like really deliberately was because of Daughters of Ferrex, but I was interested in thinking about media in this way since I was like a kid, since I was like a teenager. I have an old, I can't even remember what it was at the time, but I have an old, I believe, document from when I was 17 where I tried to figure out basically how dead Spider-Man would be in a certain shot of Spider-Man Homecoming. And that's not like political, but I don't know, I kind of I started to become really aware of how people talked about things when people were like, it was the beginning of the don't be political about things. You know, now that's like old hat. Making fun of it is annoying. I will occasionally make fun of it for like cheap Twitter points or whatever. I'm really fucking this level up. What do we have? Like 2 more deaths? I don't know. Anyway, I will occasionally make fun of that kind of opinion for cheap points because I still think it's ridiculous and I still see it occasionally. But, I mean, I remember when people were like, The Last Jedi was too political. I remember when I had a friend who said that. Had as in, that was a while ago, not had as in she's not my friend anymore. She's a very good person. I think she would have some very different feelings about it now. We were children. But also, it's fucking Star Wars, isn't it? Okay. I hate this game. Oh, this is my friend Harrison. Can confirm that one of my first combos with Ellie was Star Wars politics. She's always been like this. Really? What did we talk about? I genuinely don't remember that. Yes, I've always been built like this. I will say, my interest in like the historical materialism stuff in Star Wars, I did not have that before making the show. I never really cared about the weapons and the machines and the ships and the military, whatever. A lot of the audience cares about that kind of thing, and I care about more of it as a result. There are people who talk about it really well on YouTube, like Corey's Datapad. There are people who talk about it kind of poorly, like Redacted. I'm not gonna say because I don't. I'm nobody. I don't. It doesn't matter. But that is something that I have like taken to partially because of like Sophie. Because that sort of interest is like more Sophie's area. All right, they didn't see me, so I can get all of my ink back. All right, so we need to charge up the umbrella. Methinks the umbrella not working. The problem is that when I deploy the umbrella, it does damage to the box underneath me, and I haven't been paying attention to the box underneath me. All right, let's go. Let's do a new question because I've died a lot on that one. From the Ham Man. Hell yeah. If you were to have a control over the setting or theme of a new Star Wars movie or series, what would you focus on and include, and what would you leave out? So, oh no. This has gone much worse than I was hoping. I hate this fucking level. This did not take me this many tries last night. What would I want the setting to be? Something entirely. I would want, like, my ideal is probably post episode 9. Just because I'm curious. But yeah, anything new, anything fresh, anything that gets to have its own identity. And thematically, I would, I mean, the themes of a work tend to be the thing I care about more than a lot of other stuff. Thematically, I would want... Here's the issue. Here's the reason I'm not a science fiction writer. Because I would just... I would do political commentary and not a story, is the thing, right? I am... first and foremost, a person who writes, like, essay scripts. Oh, God, it's these guys. I forgot about these guys. Die. Live. I just gotta live. Okay, gotta go get this guy. Yes! Finally! I don't remember exactly. I think it was about the Umbaran invasion. Huh. That's crazy. I'm sorry I don't remember that, Harry. Anyway, I would do political ideologuing and not write an actual story. And I do think story is more important when making a story, right? Talking a lot this stream. All right, down to this one, stick and move station. I don't remember which one this is. We're probably gonna see which one it is, and I'm gonna go, oh no. Have you / will you see Project Hail Mary? It looks good. I have a friend who said it was really good. Oh, it's this one. I like this one, but we will die on it, unfortunately. I'm like vaguely interested. I heard the book was good. I had a friend who liked it. I don't really go see a lot of movies in theaters these days. I only went to like one movie in theaters last year, which is like a huge, like statistically, that's maybe the first time that's ever happened to me, definitely as an adult. I just don't really go to movies in theaters anymore, not because I don't like them, but it's just another thing, and they cost money, and et cetera, et cetera. If I see it, I probably won't see it in theaters, even though I am vaguely interested, because it does sound fun. And, you know, I thought The Martian was good. I like actual sci-fi. I do enjoy an actual sci-fi. All right. What's next? Least problematic white guy in Star Wars from Egghead. Thanks, Egghead. That's a really funny question. What did I just do? Okay. Least problematic white guy. The thing is that there's some pretty good white guys. Because they're like good guys and main characters, right? Luke Skywalker's pretty good, but like maybe his the way he advocates for Darth Vader, while I get it, is not necessarily my preference. We really missed these rings. I want the rings. Give me the onion rings. I know they're not onion rings. Anyway, what are some white guys that I like? Luthen is very problematic. Not Luthen. God, who else is in this series? Why can't I think of anyone? Let's see. Okay, we're gonna go through this one, and then we're gonna go on this one. We're just not playing with these spinny. Oh god, oh god. Oh, ho, ho. All right, we played it safe. We lived. Oh wait, didn't I die? Did I add a death? I don't know. I do enjoy actual sci-fi Star Wars fan. Yeah, because that's not Star Wars, right? I enjoy Star Wars, and I enjoy very specific fantasy. I don't really consider myself like any fantasy I go for, but I like specific. My King Biggs Goat Lighter. Biggs is pretty good. But Biggs is definitely on there. If any of you remember the old Daughters of Ferrix intro, you know, the minute-long one, the thing was that I had such a clear vision of what I wanted it... Fuck. I had such a clear vision of what I wanted it to be that I wanted it to be a minute. And I am glad that we don't use it anymore, but it was cute. I liked it at the time. I was very proud of it. But there's there's the deleted scene with Biggs at Tashi Station. And there's a line from Biggs in it, which is, God, what is it? It's the rebellion is something, or like the empire is something I want to fight for something I believe in. Anyway, I just think about that line so much. That is genuinely my favorite scene in that film, and it's not even in that film. I just really like that scene. Luke's Uncle Owen, I think, seemed pretty chill, just a humble moisture farmer on a messed up planet. Yeah, I mean, he did seem fine. I love the old intro, really sets the mood. Yes, that was the goal. There were a lot of inspirations. And listen, there are things I like about the new intro, and there are things I don't like about it. There are things that I would like to be different. It's meant to be a lot less intrusive, and for that, I appreciate it. But it's also less, like, atmospheric, you know? But that gives me a little bit more room to decide what it is. All right, we have another question from Maxine, which she asks, what is best potato? I assume probably in a Russian accent, but I don't think I'm doing that. What is best potato? Idaho Gold. They're not too small, so they're not annoying to peel. And they're not too big or too hard, so they're not annoying to cook. Russets can be pretty tasty, but I don't like cooking them very much. Not that I never do, but yeah, look, here's our second thing. What even is this? A propeller? A 6-bladed propeller, or a 8-bladed propeller? Who even knows what that is? No, I think that is 6. I don't know. Maybe it's like keys. Like a 6-lined keys. Who knows? All right. I don't know if the death counter is correct. I don't know. I keep forgetting to do it. Gold or gray, I like reds too. Yeah. Peeling a yellow potato is actually crazy to me. Harry, do you, like, never peel them? There's some stuff that you really gotta peel them for. Like, what's the last thing I made with gold potatoes? Probably curry. I made curry with potatoes. Yeah, I always peel them for that. It's the spinny thing from my blender? I don't think so. It didn't look like a blender piece. Also, it was gigantic. That can't be a blender. All right. What do we get after we get Thang 2? All right, AO4, so that's to the left. I do prefer, I think, some of these levels on the left, so. I love the skin. I mean, I think potato skin is good in specific things. It's fine in... There's some dishes that, like, it doesn't matter if you grate the potato in with the skin. Like, there's, like, a really, really simple-ass Swiss dish that I have a lot of nostalgia for called Rushti, which is basically, it's like a potato hash. Like, I don't know, it's nothing special. But, you know, you just hash the potatoes and you fucking fry them. Oh, God! All right. Explode this motherfucker. Is where nutrition is. Yeah, but I eat primarily for joy, you know? Fuck. And by joy, I do mean textural bliss. As with many of us, there are textures that I just don't want in my food. Veers Watch asks, do you think we're getting enough Veers appearances? Almost, yes. My issue is that I want something that moves Veers ahead. You and I have talked about this privately, Veers Watch, but I want sequel trilogy era Veers. I want post-Empire Veers. I feel very strongly that he should essentially be the poster child for kind of the rot of the New Republic. I think he's a really good choice for it, and also it would be funny, because the thing about Veers is that within canon, not only... Oh, God. Fuck. Within canon, not only was he, like, a general in the Imperial Army... Navy, but he was, like, a naval cadet pre-Empire, you know? And I think that that's really important. I only know about Veers because my birth name was also Maximilian. Maxine, you do not have to put that in chat. You don't need to share your dead name in chat, girl. Okay, we died. From Michael Katz, another patron. okay, I'm pretty sure this one is tongue-in-cheek. Did anti-wokeness... Oh, no, this one is not. Okay, I misread it. Did anti-wokeness ruin Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker? Disney wimped out of showing what the end state of being a Nazi is. So Pryor sympathetically portrayed Nazi heartthrob Ben Solo gets a redemption arc. I think Ben Solo got a redemption arc because it's Star Wars. Because he's Han and Leia's son, and that's the thing that happens to Darth Vader. That's why Ben Solo got a redemption arc, which, on paper, I like. But there's a problem, no villain, unless somehow Palpatine is returned. That is the biggest reason, I think, that they brought back Palpatine, is so that they could redeem Ben Solo. But the question of will Ben Solo be redeemed was kind of, you know, throughout the entire trilogy. And I think different points of different movies have different opinions on that idea. Ultimately, I do think Star Wars is a series that probably should redeem someone like Ben, at least the way it has portrayed him. And I like Ben, frankly. Did anti-wokeness ruin Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker? No, the thing that made Rise of Skywalker the way it is that it was rushed. It should have had more time in development. It became a different film in pre-production, and they never had time to iron out its issues. A lot of the lack of political backbone has nothing to do with The Last Jedi or anything else, and everything to do with the fact that J.J. Abrams wanted to make a space flick about where there was Palpatine and stuff. He just wanted to make a Star Wars. And listen, The Rise of Skywalker, I've spoken negatively about rankings before. The Rise of Skywalker is almost certainly my least favorite Star Wars movie. But I think people misunderstand where the problems come from. I think the problems are much more due to just its actual development than anything else. And Carrie Fisher died. Yes, that's also a big part of it. I think that they were, and I get why, but oh no. I think that they were unwilling to fuck. I think they were unwilling to reimagine what the movie would be without Carrie Fisher, or what the setting would be, because I really think that they should have just done that. If Leia died and Ben had not been redeemed, which Leia was going to die because Carrie Fisher died, that would have made me feel bad inside, which I don't think the last movie of the trilogy needs to. From Jesse, I just rewatched Andor and started rewatching Rogue One. It being more of an action-focused flick really tastes weird after Andor. Yeah, the two are not contiguous. I don't care how much Tony Gilroy wants to convince me of the fact that you can watch one into the other. No, they are two totally different. They are about different things. Some of the characters and the setting is similar, so it's fun in that way. The same reason that I have enjoyed watching Rogue One next to New Hope is it's oh, it's cute, but they're not the same. They don't feel the same. They don't vibe the same. Anyway, the question is not done. I'm just being salty. My question, how do you feel about Rogue One, and how might you change it now that we've had a prequel of Andor? I think my issues with Rogue One are unique to Rogue One. There are, obviously, if Rogue One is going to be the actual finale to Andor, which is how they designed Andor, then there should probably be some things about Rogue One that thematically fit more. I actually don't think that that's an issue with Rogue One. I think that's an issue with Andor. I think that is Andor's fault for being like that. And I basically think that the issues with Rogue One is that it doesn't really do enough to make the new viewer like its characters and understand its setting. And it's the thing about Rogue One is that also I cannot look at it as anything but a person who has seen it I don't know, a dozen or two dozen times. I've seen Rogue One so many times. I like Rogue One. I think it's a fun flick. I did not really fuck with Rogue One the first time I watched it as a 16-year-old, but it's a good movie. It's a fun movie. Oh yeah, probably the actual biggest quote-unquote issue with Rogue One is that it's completely lopsided. The way that the second half feels is so different from the first half, and not in a cool, evolution way, but instead they just kind of started making a different movie. They should have recast Tarkin rather than giving him a video game model with a new voice actor. Yeah, they should have. 1,000,000%. They should have gotten, who? Guy Henry? Is that the guy? They should have recast him. You're correct about that. And they also should have either not had Leia or recast Leia. StrawBRB, that's a good name. That's a good username. I love a good username. StrawBRB asks, what's your favorite video you've made? And my favorite... Here's the thing, is that maybe my favorite video is different than my actual favorite, episode that I've made. Because No, I don't know. There's an outtakes video. I don't always do the outtakes because I don't always have outtakes. For instance, the most recent episode that came out didn't have outtakes. Like, it really didn't. So I didn't make one for that. But the outtakes for trans clones was really fun because I got to see my kitten do a bunch of bullshit. That was... Is that my favorite just because it has my cat in it? Maybe. Okay. What's my favorite Daughters of Feryx? Let's say... Let's see. I really like trans clones because of how much it meant to me. I said this before, but trans clones is kind of something that only I could make. I feel very strongly about that. I don't think there's almost any other Star Wars band that could have made something like that. I like when I get to do stuff with Daughters of Feryx that is genuinely new and fresh and different. That's probably not my favorite episode. My favorite episode is probably like, I really like the post-Acolyte episode. I really liked talking about policing, and I liked talking about the Jedi, and essentially like partially running defense for the Jedi, but also saying, here's where I actually think they fucked up. I think people miss what the Jedi do wrong. That was really cathartic for me. And also, like, the idea for that episode, I had been sitting on for maybe 2 years before Daughters of Feryx started. I was like, I had those ideas in my head, and then the Acolyte came out, and I was like, oh, this fits together very nicely. I get to talk about this thing with some specificity. So I really like that one, and I really like how the edit came out. I didn't really do like the video with it, because that was pre-video episodes, but I loved that one. I think of that one very fondly as one of my better written ones. Pretty soon here, I'm probably gonna take a little break to refill my water bottle and rest my voice. The thing about the Tarkin recast is that they did recast him. The guy looks like Tarkin. They just put the CGI on him. Yes. Would you like to see more of Wolf Yularen? I like the idea of this character that was military officer during the Republic and who transitioned to serving the Empire without a care. The thing about Wolf Yularen is that there's already a lot of him. I really like seeing him around. I thought it was really cool when he was briefly in Andor, and then, like, it wasn't like a big part of the episode. It was just, oh shit, that's Yularen, right? That was awesome. That's a good feeling because, like, you kind of know we did this already. We did that one already. I got turned around. Whoopsie. It is this one. It is this one. Okay. All right. This is a Rainmaker stage. So this is essentially like a single-player version of one of the multiplayer modes where you carry... It's kind of like a Capture the Flag, but instead you are taking like a big, slow weapon to the goal. This, you know, I might die a couple of times because I'm not really like... I don't know the tech, but this will be easy. It's cool that you've lived in Salt Lake City. I've lived a bit down south in Utah County my whole life, and with a recent event in my local college. Things are rough here at the moment for minorities. Yeah, I have some friends who were very close by. Very close by when, you know. That was an interesting day. Good old January? No. September 10th. Good old 9/10. This is bad. I should have killed her. Die! Oh my god. Okay, well that was really sloppy on my part. Okay. Where were we? I think the sequel trilogy lacked cohesion between movies. Yeah, I kind of agree. The thing is that The Force Awakens was trying to, like, really build on The Last Jedi, and... Wait, other way around. The Last Jedi was trying to really build on The Force Awakens, but also really be something different. And I do think that could have proved cohesive, and it just ended up not working out. I need to kill some of these guys, but they're just kind of all around. Come on. Yeah, keep hitting it. Keep hitting it. Oh shit, I'm out of ink. I'm out of ink. This is not good. Okay, we killed her. If we can survive, that's a big if. Okay. We're gonna pause because I'm gonna read off a question and keep answering it. From Elena again. Favorite Star Wars ship brackets, not brackets, parentheses, relationship, and favorite Star Wars ship, spaceship. My favorite Star Wars ship relationship is... God, that's tough. I have a few favorites. I do have a few favorites. Let's think. I really like the relationships in Dr. Aphra. Dr. Aphra, in the end of her main run, is in a... at the end of her main run. At the end of her 2020 run, is... Oh, God. Die. Oh, no. Okay. No. She's in a polycule with Sana Staros and Magna Tolvin. I really like that. I'm a big fan of that. Oh no. If I knew where these guys spawned, then this wouldn't be anything of an issue. But I don't, and so it is. Their AI is not even that complicated. I'm just not, like, looking in the right direction and stuff. Okay, there we go. No! Okay. We're alive. We're gonna get our armor back. The sequel's biggest flaw, each one is a reaction to the other. I don't see that in The Last Jedi. Like, I think there are ways in which The Last Jedi wanted to be more complicated than The Force Awakens, but I don't think it was reactive. I genuinely think it was constructive. My favorite relationship, I like that Dr. Aphra one. I like Zine Morala and Lula Talisola from the High Republic. Those two are very cute. I like that they got married. That was really cool. More of that, please. God, there was something else that came to mind. Hi, Sabine and Shin. Yeah, no, a lot of those ones are my favorites. Favorite Star Wars ship? I am an X-Wing enjoyer. I like, of the big capital ships, I like Resurgence-class Star Destroyers the best. I think they are weird and interesting. My base, favorite ship, I really like the Star Fortress. I really like the bomber from The Last Jedi. But my favorite want a model of it on my shelf. Someone sent me a 3D model they did of it, and I just haven't figured out, I haven't gotten anybody to 3D print it. But I have a 3D model of it because somebody made it and sent it to me. Is the Ferrix entry ferry shuttle from Andor. I really like the shuttle ferry. I can't remember its designation, unfortunately. It just isn't in my head right now because it got named in the encyclopedia that I don't remember what it's called. But favorite ship, the Twilight. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. I love Twilight. I love the Twilight baseball scene. Hey, I'm wearing a Muse shirt. Fucking supermassive black hole. I wish that Last Jedi did less subversion of events from Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and instead give us vastly different concepts in their place. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. The sequel trilogy is largely about the original trilogy in a way that sometimes is really good and sometimes definitely holds it back. But, I mean, I said this in the most recent episode of Daughters of Ferrix. I really genuinely believe that. I mean, that's such a product of their time. I don't think that would be the case these days. I really don't. People forget. That wasn't quite right. People forget how much the conversation was still revolved around the original trilogy back then. From Xylian. Oh, no, this is from Maxine. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on. Hang on, my shit's broken. Give me a second. I have to fix my spreadsheet. Unfortunately. Yay, Star Fortress fan. The Star Fortress, listen, it's big, it's silly, it's such a fun design. It's such a fun design. It's got this really, like, there's a clear, like, mechanical presence to it. It has, one of the really good things about that scene is that it establishes its rules really clearly. And the sort of precarity of the Star Fortress as a bomber. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, I I kind of accidentally deleted everything. Where were we? Where were we? Did I add that death to the counter? Nah, I don't know. All right, we have another one from Maxine. How do I look at the whole thing? Hang on. Oh, whoops. I messed up my live split. No. No. Move over there. Now go there. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No. Okay, now the cat is underneath the table, and I'm just hoping she doesn't start biting anything. All right. Maxine asks, something I've picked up on is an interest in East Asia, particularly Japan. Wow. Wow. Transfem is interested in Japan. Fork found in kitchen. Hang on, I need to finish the question, but we're doing the ride rail segment. So, no, that's, it's so common. It's that fucking meme. It's the thing and then thing but Japan. Something I've picked up an interest on is East Asia, particularly Japan. Do you actually speak Japanese? If so, when did you learn? Sukoshi wakarimasu. I don't know a lot of Japanese. I know little bits, and I'm trying to learn more. One of the big reasons I started essentially as soon as I knew that. Well, I started learning little things because my brother at one point spoke Japanese. Oh my god, we almost didn't make it onto that platform. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Get my... Okay, 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 okay. Okay, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. But I started learning because I knew that Celebration would be in Japan, and I wanted to, like, be ready to spend time in Japan. And that was, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? But I don't have, like, 5 years of experience because I have other things going on. I took a conversational Japanese class a couple of months before Celebration. That was useful, but it ended up actually covering a bunch of stuff I already knew. Not in, like, a I'm so genius, but just, like, she was really, like, laying the groundwork, and some of that stuff I knew, and some of it I didn't, and so that could have gone further. I looked it up for you. The Ferrex shuttle is an HFY 3920 shuttle ferry. Thank you, Harry. I really appreciate that. Essential information. Besides, the book that says it, the book that has the name in it currently is behind a green screen, so. Okay, GO5 is what we just did, right? And oh no, GO5 is next. Okay. Yeah, part of it is that I want to, just in general, I am interested in learning a non-English language. In like a sorry, the kitten jumped on top of the shelf, but she kind of didn't make it, and so there were some scrabbling claws to try to boost her. But I already spent this time learning some Japanese for my trip, and you know, it makes more sense for me to kind of do that instead. I would really love to learn Korean and, like, Hangul, but I don't have, like, any good resources, but two, again, I've done work to learn parts of Japanese. It feels more practical to just kind of keep on that. There are other languages I'm interested in, but I try not to be a weeb about it, you know, because that's not really what it was about for me initially. You know, not that I don't, not that I don't ever watch an anime or ever read, you know, Japanese yuri, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a process, is what I'm saying. If anyone speaks Japanese, don't expect me to know what you're saying if you put it in the chat. Okay. Where were we? Xylian has asked, at least sign language arc? I would love to learn sign language, Harry. Oh my god. That would be so cool. And it's so not, like, I don't know. That kind of thing takes time. I already am bad at managing my time. And I don't spend a lot of time on Japanese study. I wish that I did. But that's just kind of an interest I have that I have not been able to very seriously set aside time for since it was, like, important, you know, since it was relevant. Xylian asks, have you played or are interested in playing Star Wars RPGs? I have not, so I am a little bit familiar with them. Oh no, the kitten is stuck. The kitten is stuck. Okay, let's take a very, very brief break. And I'm going to grab my kitten and I'm going to refill my water. And you know what? You can just look at the screen. It doesn't matter. Is this where I share the lore that I know sign language? Really, Harry? I did not know this about you. My friend Harry. They're always full of surprises. Drunk me will break into various languages. One time I was speaking broken Gothic at my German friend and she was so annoyed. That's great. I've taken a bunch of language classes, but I've never been fluent in anything, and I don't presume to be, you know, like, I don't know. One of the reasons I'm still interested in learning Japanese, not just that I want to learn a language thing, but I'm really interested in basically Japanese queer culture because of the ways it gets, like, papered over internationally, and people just, I find it very interesting to learn about how queer culture manifests elsewhere, because it very much does. One of the things I'm really mad that I didn't have time to do while I was in Japan was go to one of the more famous queer bars, lesbian bars, I should say, in Tokyo. In Shibuya, I think. Anyway. I really wish I had done that, and I just didn't have time. All right, water. Hey, come here. Get out of there. Get out of there. Goober. Goober. Oh my god. I retrieved the creature. It will be sentenced to the dungeon. I've returned. Harrison took 2.5 years of ASL in high school. That rules. Why 0.5? What happened there? Oh, I guess like semesters, right? Have you ever read Watchmen? No, I'm like curious too. I like everyone have seen 1,000,000 good quotes from Alan Moore. God, I love the one that's like, people should be afraid, or the government shouldn't be afraid of the people, not the other way around, or whatever. I really like that one. I have not read Watchmen. I know it's supposed to be like really good and stuff, but I don't know. When I was at a point in my life when I would have read it, I never got around to it, and now I don't read. I know Watchmen is like critique of the genre and stuff, but I just don't. I'm not superhero brain. I did watch the new Spider-Man trailer. I do like Spider-Man because I'm only human. Okay, let's lock in and not die on this one. I love this level. I think it is so good. I like that it gives you the I like that you don't have to hit all of the boxes. You can like choose how to go about it. It's so like dynamic and really fun. Have I played in a Star Wars RPG? No, I haven't. Most of my TTRPG experience is with either, like, I have a little bit of D&D experience, and then I have ran games of the Avatar: The Last Airbender RPG. Those are my big experiences. I just never had, like, good TTRPG, like, GM friends. When I was in high school, I, like, joined a bunch of games that were going to happen, and so I created a bunch of characters, but I never got to start a game. I didn't actually play D&D until I was like 22 or something like that. I would play a Star Wars RPG. I have some friends who are doing a home game of I think the current system, the Fantasy Flight game system. I'm like vaguely familiar, and I've read parts of the rule books because I will sometimes use them as a source in episodes. Because despite them not being capital C canon, I mean, they're like kind of canon. Wikipedia tricks me. I'm tripping over my goddamn words because I'm getting shot full of ink. Wikipedia treats them as canon, but you know, it also treats the De Agostini pamphlets as canon, and I just don't know if that's correct. I'm skeptical of that idea, but I will also refer to those things if I think it makes for an interesting argument, or there's something fun that I want to talk about in those books. So that's good enough to me. Just picked up Avatar Legends. Shout out Guardian Games. Oh, Guardian Games, the store. Yeah. I've been watching, I don't play Magic, but I've been watching, like, YouTube shorts from Good Games Morley, which they, like, do skits. They run an Australian games store. I've been really enjoying them. That's not apropos of anything. That's just what I think of when I think of game stores. Yeah, no, local game stores are great. I have enjoyed the Avatar RPG. I don't think I'm a very good fuck. That is not how, oh my god, this is not how to, I'm not dealing with this correctly. Okay. I gotta itch my face. Okay. My favorite things that Avatar Legends has done is the way it expands the setting. I know that's a little bit boring, but I think it does really good things for the Avatar setting. And I also like how, like, multi-era it is. A lot of Avatar stuff, because of, you know, nostalgia and shit. A lot of Avatar stuff is way too heavily weighted in favor of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and also the parts of Avatar: The Last Airbender I'm less interested in. My favorite part of Airbender is Book 3. That's the best one, and it gets some of the least, like, I'm not complaining about. Oh, hell yeah, Splatoon. Yeah, we doing Octo expansion while I answer some questions, Hoopa Blom. Anyway, that's my RPG answer. We'll just read the next one, because I'm sure I've died and I haven't counted it or whatever. From Sarah, have you / how many struggles have you faced being an openly trans content creator? I'm amused at the way this question is phrased. You know, no shade, obviously, but I like the idea that I would respond to this by naming like a number. My big cat is sad. My big cat is sad because my girlfriend is not home. Yeah, I mean, there are issues. There are things that make it not awesome. One of the hardest things is that when you are making stuff online, if you want to do it full time, which I would say I do, but it's actually that it's not that I want to do it full time, it's that I do. It's that I do it full time. I don't have another job. I have not been able to successfully find another job, so it's very much a matter of, well, this is what I'm doing, and that's how it's been for a couple of years now. Almost 3, I believe. But when you're doing that, you want your stuff to get seen by new people, but a lot of the time, it's hard to make sure that you are getting seen, you know, if you're trans, if you're marginalized, especially marginalized in a way where people want to be a problem. It is hard to always want to be visible, right? It is hard to want to put yourself out there. That's one of the there are many reasons, but that's one of the reasons why I hate making vertical video stuff. I still try to do it. I'm trying to do it more, but because I know that it is just it is the responsible thing to do, in my opinion. But it's hard to always want to, and some of the worst shit I've seen, like in comments and in whatever, is from like vertical video responses. But also, one of the nice things is that trans people care very deeply about supporting each other. Trans femmes are like when people talk about the stuff they like and are like them, because the perspectives of like cis guys talking about those things are often not what they're looking for. See, what is this? Do you think it's like for like a DJ setup? Because there's all these lights, but then there's the dial, you know? Or maybe it's like a lid to like some kind of larger device. I don't know, but it has like buttons, so it's like got different settings. I think it's like a soundboard, you know? Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like it's easy to be trans and do this kind of stuff. But it would be harder if I were like trans and black, or trans and not like a native English speaker. And I'm grateful. And also, I know that there are trans mask people who have... Ooh, gotta get the other creature and see if she wants lap time. Do you want to sit on my lap, sweetums? She might go, so we're gonna say hello. Hello. Okay. We'll stop harassing her. Oh, I think you're building a blender. That's the base. I don't think that's a blender. If it were a blender, why would it be so big? Oh, okay. So we have to tell him what Agent 3 looks like. So Agent 3 is the player character from Splatoon 1. So we're gonna make it look like my my original. Oh, last one was better. I answered the wrong thing. We're gonna make it look like my original player character from when I was 15. Looking good? What are people saying? Need to get you a cat cam? The problem is that the cats do not stay in enough places. the cats are not consistent. Your channel, oh my god, hang on. Your channel has been a golden light as a queer voice while I've been discovering my own trans identity. Thank you. I'm glad that I could be that kind of example for you. I would not be where I am if... Let's see, I remember my inkling being very pale. I would not be where I am were it not for the example of people who did it before me, you know? That is how we... That's how we survive. The more we maintain our own visibility and communicate our values and what it means to be one of us, that's how it keeps going. I know I've met your cat. Yeah, you understand it. I want to say I enjoy your videos and your takes a lot. I'm so glad I found your channel. You're very thoughtful in your analysis, and I'm super grateful you put yourself out there. Thank you. And it's stuff like that. Listen. I get transphobia, right? I see transphobia. It's not fun. There are lots of nasty things I've seen said about me. My favorite nasty comment I've ever gotten, well, I have a few that I remember kind of fondly, but one wrote spelled out binary, all the letters to kill yourself, but in binary so that it would get past the YouTube censors. I thought that was pretty funny. But I have a pretty robust words block list, and that has also proved very useful. Yeah, for all the things that are rough about it, the people who care about this show really care about it. They have done since the very beginning. And like that is indispensable. And I know that like it is right for me to keep myself out there and stuff. At least, you know, I'm not like super active on all social media. Huh. The ink goes through the glass. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I get an amount of support that makes it easier to deal with that kind of thing. Again, it's not like it's always nice, but that's the dorkiest bigotry I've ever heard of. Oh, there's some dorky ass bigotry that I have seen. All right. Let's do another one. What are some music recommendations that you got? Oh my god, this is from WN. I hope I don't die doing this one. This is a good level, but it's easy to fuck up. Good music recs. So, what I have been doing this year, not quite as like a New Year's resolution, but almost, is that I have been, I have a pretty long list of primarily either like women's or otherwise, you know, queer rock bands, mostly punk rock, mostly Riot Girl, because that is my kind of go-to genre. That was a little rough. That is my go-to genre. That's what I listen to a lot of. But I have a long list of that, and I have been working my way through. I have like a fancy little spreadsheet that I have made. And it has, like, I've been writing my thoughts on each artist as I listen to them, kind of what I'm most interested in, etc., etc. But I'm probably... That's not the way you usually fuck that up. I'm probably going to include that spreadsheet. It's not anywhere near done. It's like a living document. But I'm probably going to include that spreadsheet on one of the next monthly reports over on the Patreon. Free monthly reports, to be clear. Just because I want to include it. Anyway, music recommendations. I've been listening to the new Vial album, V-I-A-L, Hellhound. My girlfriend has surprised me with tickets to their show this week, which I'm very excited for. They have some good albums. I like Vial. I like... What else have I been listening to? I've been listening to the soundtrack to Unbeatable. Here's the thing. I listen to Riot Girl and video game soundtracks. And video game soundtrack covers. That's the kind of music I listen to. Which, you know, is a type of guy, I guess. I don't know. It's what I enjoy. So I enjoy a lot of game music. I enjoy a lot of others. If you like it a little bit like harder, no. If you like your rock music a little bit harder, I recommend GLOSS, Gloss. the front of the band is a trans woman, and you can tell, and it's great. It's a good music. It's good music. You really like spreadsheets? I like spreadsheets a normal amount. Well, an above average amount. I don't like spreadsheets as much as someone like my girlfriend, but they have their uses, you know. Okay, we should do another one since we died. Let's see, 2. I have a question here from my friend Harrison. How do you respond to the allegations? I thoroughly and firmly deny them. Okay, I have a question here that I am actually just going to read because we died twice and we might as well. This is from Dawn. It's a good name. Well chosen. I need your advice. Oh, boy. No, we'll do our best. I'm a trans femme teenager who is ready to come out, but I don't know how to have a conversation with my parents. How to have the conversation with my parents, pardon me. How do I have that conversation? So, I'm the wrong person to ask. No, I do have thoughts. For context, I am out to my parents, but the way I came out was kind of weird and also not ideal. My parents are not the kind of people who are great at talking about things, and that has definitely impacted my quality of life. I also came out after I didn't live with them. They weren't even living in the same state as I was when I came out to them, so it was a very different experience. I will say I learned some things I wish I had done differently. You say you're trans femme. I assume that once you are an adult, you will be a trans woman. I say that because, you know, if you're a kid, then you're not really a woman. You're a kid. Fuck. Damn it. You're a minor. Shout out to minors who watch this show. There probably shouldn't be many of you. It is a show meant for adults, but, you know, I watched YouTube things meant for adults. I know Dr. Spike's not only on YouTube, but we're on YouTube, so I assume that's for the viewership. I watched a lot and listened to a lot of things as a minor that was intended for adults, and that's just how that goes. So, being realistic about it. Anyway, if you are a trans woman, which I am with an asterisk, I consider myself a non-binary trans woman. Does that make sense to a lot of people? No, but I understand what it means, and so do a lot of people I'm in community with, and a lot of people who share my sexuality, and etc. So, it basically means that I'm a trans woman, but it's fuzzy around the edges, which, in my experience, is somewhat different than trans women who do not do that. Anyway, but as a result, I think there is reducing identity to just like pronoun use is reductive. Not that it's never like useful. Of course it's useful. But when I put my pronouns down on stuff, it's she, they. It's always she, they. I would sure like it if I had not said that when my like liberal mom very politely asked like, what are your pronouns? I wish I had not said she, they. Because I feel very complicatedly about how it seems that my family perceives me. So, yeah. I'm not trans, just bi, so different thing. I never had a talk with my parents. I just hung up a bi flag in my room because I knew my parents are chill. Then my mom made me take it down to iron it. That's a hate crime. That is a hate crime. Making a queer person iron the flag. That's basically like making someone burn it. I hope you cut your mother off. Anyway, if you want to be treated like you want to make sure you are treated as a girl or a woman, make sure probably don't risk communicating that you're a little bit gender fucky with it, because the thing is that the ways I'm gender fucky with it are like how a lot of people who start out as cis girls are gender fucky with it, and that's a different flavor that I know for a fact my family does not understand. The thing that I did is I kind of bounced off the other side of like oppositional gender and kind of arrived back, not quite in the middle, but you know what I mean. She ironed it because I'd have hurt myself. Hoopa blom. Hoopa blom. Can you not iron? I guess, listen. Lots of people get iron, to be clear. Lots of people have disabilities that make it difficult for them to iron. I shouldn't laugh. If you would have hurt yourself. But I guess that's like if she had burned it, you know? So maybe better, unclear. Anyway, I recommend being like, be simple about your identity if you can. If you don't have to like engage with what your sexuality might be, don't put yourself in a situation where you have to explain that to them, because there's a good chance they won't understand if they don't know queer people, essentially. If they are just cis people who only know cis straight people. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, the gimmick of this station is that I can't be, like, touch enemy ink at all. Okay, parents. I also, what I would recommend is that, and this is something that I did, if you have a parent that you trust more, you feel safer around, and you think you can do this, because, you know, some parents will, like, immediately, rat is the wrong word, but, like, talk to one of them individually first. There's a lot of cis people who don't understand the nuance. Harrison, there are a lot of cis people that don't understand the idea itself. I don't know. I have a complicated relationship with my family. So again, I'm not like the best person to ask. But if you feel safer around one of your parents than another, just talk to that one first and see how it goes and see if like they'll essentially back you up talking to the other one. Like, that's how I did it. I spoke to my mom first. And I think that was largely the right call. That's one of the things I feel like I definitely did right. But if you're worried about how they will respond, there is no shame in waiting until you're in a safer place. In waiting till you are not living in their house anymore or have people to support you. If you want to come out to them, like if that's what you feel like you need to do, which I, you know, assume, because that's what you asked, I genuinely think that you should try to make sure that you also, that you know that you have other people in your life that support you. That you have friends or that you have other family members that you can trust. Because, and I don't want you to be like afraid to, right? But if it doesn't go well, I think something that happens is that someone is a teenager and they ask for support from their parents, and their parents respond in a way that's harmful, and they don't have a basis of support that makes them feel like they can still be trans, right? And some, you know, in extreme cases that leads to conversion therapy, but it can also just be you have your identity denied and denied and denied, and that is like a toxic position to be in for your health. A lot of my friends have gone through that, and I have a friend who just went through that, like recently. She's my age, and she went through that. And yeah, make sure you have other people in your life who have your back and who will treat you like you. Because if your parents are the only people in your life that you're relying on to do that, that is a very risky proposition. Make sure you are going to be safe no matter how it goes, I guess, if you can. I really hope it goes well. I really hope if your living situation changes, don't hesitate to reach out to the people around you, the people who care about you, the people who want to make sure that you are taken care of. Too often, people come out to their parents and end up in a really precarious situation and aren't safe because of it. Okay, I've probably waxed on about this enough. I don't know if I have anything more useful to say. I hope that's helpful. Even if it's not, trust yourself. Trust your gut. If you think you need to come out, you probably do. As long as it's like safe. As long as it is safe, it is usually. I don't recommend being in the closet. It's not good for the soul. All right. I did die. Let's do another one. Oscar asks, how/when did you realize you were trans from that point? How long did you take to come out? You don't have to answer if it's too personal, but I realize I'm trans too. Well, I hope you like to go by Oscar, and I didn't just deadening you. But I guess you put your name on the thing. It's not my fault. I haven't done anything wrong, ever. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll answer that. There aren't a lot of things that are genuinely too personal, though there are questions I, like, don't know how to answer, because I don't know. There's lots of stuff I don't know, right? All right. Sorry. This is the most I have talked on a stream. My voice is, like, wearing the hell out. I almost ended up doing this stream. I went to the bar with friends on Thursday, I think. And I almost did this stream that day, and I'm so glad that I didn't. My voice would have been shot by the time I got there. All right. When did I realize I was trans? So, I mean, it was a process, right? I mean, it's always a process. But, it was either 2020 or 2021. Right, I'm a pandemic baby, you know? Many such cases. There's so many of us who put it all together while we were stuck indoors. Yeah, I figured it out when it was like winter. I remember the first time I was like thinking of it, I was basically like terrified, right? For what it would do to my life and what it would do to my relationships. Because I was around like reasonably liberal people, but I was raised religious, and I don't know, like I was engaged at the time. And it was really hard to feel safe coming out. I didn't come out to my fiance until maybe 5 months later, because I like had to be sure. And I didn't come out as like a trans woman. I came out as like essentially just not a man, right? I was like a weird fucking non-binary person for a while, and I really stand by that. That was very much how I came into my own. I did not, and I don't recommend this because, you know, you should do what you feel like you need to. I did not feel comfortable ascribing femininity to myself and like a feminine identity until other people were doing it like on me not without my consent, but like basically like treating me as a woman without me even asking. I didn't start to be woman about it. And around that point is when I came out to my family, but that was a year and a half after I like came out to my partner. You know, I wasn't living with my family at the time, so it was like a while. And listen, I presented as a woman before I came out to my family. I just did a full face of makeup and dressed, you know, before coming out. And they knew I was weird, and they basically never commented on it. I don't know. It was like, there were a couple of things, but most of the time it was just kind of something's going on with that kid. But, you know, my parents are mostly pretty let live people. Sometimes to a fault, but anyway, I realized by listening to people who were like me, I had trans friends before I understood myself to be trans. I had a couple of very trans friends. Some of my favorite people in the world were and are trans people, and their experiences like didn't sound like mine. I remember a very specific experience. I don't think I've shared this on stage. I remember a very specific. Oh my god! No! We died. I remember a very specific experience when I was 19, and my then girlfriend and her friend did my makeup in a Sephora, and I looked in the mirror and I was like, I look pretty androgynous. This is cool. Man, I remember thinking, like, looking at myself in the bathroom mirror and at the mall. I am so lucky to be this androgynous. It is messed up that there are trans people who, like, feel really strongly, like want to be androgynous, want to kind of start from that place, and don't feel like they do. I remember thinking, like, that is so fucked up that I get to look like this, and those people don't, essentially. Not in like a, to be clear, not in like a, wow, I look so good way, but just like in a, you know, there are things about me that read as whatever and whatever, but I understand that I do have it reasonably easy. It's not perfect, but reasonably easy. You know, doing certain forms of femininity, I can get away with that. Get away, you know what I mean. I also don't want to. I go pretty futch with it, but I remember thinking that when I considered myself a cis person. So, and now I get to look back at that and go, haha. In fact, you were just lucky the other way. But you know, I figured it out by learning that trans experiences are not homogenous, basically, because I had one idea about what transness looked like and how transness felt, especially trans femininity. I was mostly friends with trans mass guys. And trans femininity was like outside of myself, kind of. Like, and I had one idea about what it looked like and what it must feel like. And I didn't fit that idea. Like, my primary experience was not, you know, there's a limit, there's limits to the term, but was not dysphoria. Not that I've never experienced that, but that was not my primary experience, because that's just not how I experience life, you know? I'm a little bit more of like a take it as it is kind of person. Again, not exclusively, I am a trans person. Don't get it twisted, don't be weird. No, no. Okay, we passed. We got lucky, but anyway, but I figured it out by learning that, like, you can be a little bit weird with it, and you can just not feeling like you're a man and not wanting to be a man is enough if you're coming from that direction, right? That is a starting place, and you don't have to. As soon as I started to realize and, like, allow myself to not be a man, I felt free. Because I had trapped myself into this, like, mode of being for so long, and I just felt so secure in the fact that I could be and do anything. And it felt like I had been holding my breath my entire life, and that I could finally breathe. But I didn't understand that can be what it's like. That it's not always about, like, looking in the mirror and being tortured by the fact that you don't have X, Y, or Z, you know? I do remember the first time I, like, panicked about the, like, shape of my body. I do remember that. Again, that is an experience I have, but that was not the first thing that told me what I was. Okay, so here's the last piece, the fourth. I think it's like a tank. It's like a tank of some kind. And then there's like a pipe on the side. Maybe it like feeds like liquid from the top to the bottom. It's some kind of tank, I think. I never knew you could shoot the balloon to heal it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I knew that on my first time playing. I've learned it since watching people play this game. But yes, you can shoot the balloon. Those levels are such a pain in the ass without healing the balloon. All right, we probably have an extra death. What's the first piece of Star Wars media you consumed, and how do you feel about that piece of media now? From Siobhan, I have no idea. I don't actually know. I'm an age where Star Wars was kind of everywhere, and so... Oh, the big cat is still very sad. The telephone says, "Whoomp, there it is." Thanks, telephone. Oh yeah, it's cutscene time. Once again, I can't look at all these pieces. What are these pieces all together? Looks weirdly like a blender. I don't think that's a blender. This is like sound equipment and also a propeller. Are you ready to visit the Promised Land? Yeah, we'll do it. Let's go. This is the last several levels of the game, so we're making good progress. A reminder, I cannot hear the game. If the game gets too loud, tell me. I did it without 100% in Octo expansion. I did too. And I'm pretty sure I did it without too. But they are still unpleasant if you can't, don't know you can heal it. Okay. Congratulations, number 10008. The door to the Promised Land will now open. Great, he's gonna open the door to the Promised Land. It's a turbine-powered speaker? That's what I'm saying. The Clone Wars movie was my first cinema experience. Yeah, that's really funny. That's really funny. What could this be? I have 4 parts? I think it's like a sound system. Oh, it's a blender. I love this game. Let's, holy shit, it's a spaceship. I mean, maybe. Time to go up into the blender. I grew up with a Star Wars obsessed dad, so yeah, by 8 years old, I already had watched all 6 movies. You can't hear the banger soundtrack. The thing is, Hoopa Bomb, is that I know what the music is right now. You know? In a second, it's gonna be Splitack Jam Session. You know? I know the fucking music for this game. No, I'm gonna get turned into goop. Oh my god, it's the player character from the first game. And now, she just got her shit rocked by hitting a telephone with her noggin. Alright, what was I saying? Oh yeah, first piece of Star Wars. I don't know. I do know pretty early on, I played, Lego Star Wars 2, I believe. I know that I have a very distinct memory of, my family renting The Phantom Menace, and then, I watched it a bunch of times in that 24-hour period. That's, my first clearest memory of a Star Wars thing that I, did deliberately. I was probably, 5 or 6. I was very young. But, I was the youngest of 3 kids, and so most things like that, I don't have, a first memory of, because it was all kind of a given, you know? It was all kind of a given. Star Wars was just, a part of culture, a part of movies, a part of... I don't know when I first watched the original trilogy. I have no memory of that. I do remember when I was watching it, as, a young teenager and going... And, fully absorbing what happened for the first time. Okay, context, I don't have a weapon, so this is essentially a stealth segment. All right, let's do another question, since we're definitely gonna die. Have you ever made an OC for Star Wars? Have I? I honestly, maybe not. Other people, I've been around other people who have, and I've, supported other people in theirs. One time I designed a lightsaber for someone's OC, someone's Star Wars OC. It was a Twi'lek. I I don't think I do. I'm not really inclined to OC making. Not that I've never done it, but because I'm not first and foremost like a narrative writer, that's not really how I think about it a lot of the time. I do think it's really cool. I think a lot of artists with their own characters are amazing. I follow and support a lot of artists whose shit I really like. That is like their original stuff. But shit. Fuck. No, I don't want to die. Yeah, so I don't really think there's a way I can live this now. Shit. Okay, yeah, we're just taking that. We just take the death. Yeah, no, I don't really. I will say I do want to start drawing more like original characters. Mostly I've been drawing myself, which is like, you know, vaguely narcissistic, I guess, but it's like a really easy starting place. Because I kind of, oh, fuck, god damn it. Oh my god, okay, 2 deaths on the thing. Anyway, I don't really have any OCs. Sorry to disappoint. I have another one from Xylian. I would have expected you to remember seeing A New Hope on May 25th, 190,777. This thing is that I went and saw it the next day, because I'm a fake fan. I'm a tourist. I think for me, it was probably Lego Star Wars with my dad. Yeah. My dad, listen, my dad is not like the kind of, like, person who is really into a specific, like, movie as an adult. Like, it's a very different thing for him. But he did like Star Wars as a kid. He collected a bunch of trading cards. Like, I have, like, a couple of shoeboxes of Star Wars trading cards from the release of Empire and Return of the Jedi. That's true. I have those just, like, on my shelf. I want to actually do something with them at some point, but mostly it's just that I have, like, an old Millennium Falcon card that I keep in my wallet. You know? So I have that, but I don't know. It's not like my dad was, like, a fan. He just had this old stuff because he was a fan as a kid. My dad had, like, a traumatic childhood and stuff, so, and was a weird dude as a parent. All right, let's do another one because we fucking died. Xylian asks, should Hutts go back to their old Legends biology and be able to change their sex again? Yeah, they should be hermaphroditic. Absolutely, there's no reason. Fuck me. No. I don't want to die. I'm just a little octopus. Come on. We can cheese it. Come on. No. Come on, gamers. Come on. We can do it. Gamer. Yeah. I'm sorry for peeking the mic. I didn't mean to be that loud just now. Oh, I didn't mean to be that loud. I'm sorry. Xylian, I genuinely feel like Hutts are hermaphroditic in canon. I feel like there was something to mention it, but I could be misremembering. It might not be in canon. For whatever reason, I thought there was like a really small. Oh, I thought I timed it wrong. So gamer of me, I know. Thank you. I'm something of an epic gamer myself. With my epic gamer reflexes. Okay. We gotta be careful here, because if we spawn in, then there's gonna be a sniper. All right. Now this platform rotates. And we gotta get over there. We're really close to a checkpoint. Kabow. All right, let's do another one. It's another Xylian. Did these ones not randomize? No, I think they did. Do we have any? No, okay. Another Xylian one. Xylian asks, how would Mandalorians react when a droid takes up the creed and becomes a Mandalorian? And I believe Xylian. Why do you need a story about a B2 battle droid doing this? Okay. So my guess is that it's gonna differ sect to sect, right? Probably the more, I don't know, the less conservative a Mandalorian sect is, or at least with regard to, like, foundlings and shit, right? the more likely they are to accept that. But that, that is culturally fairly radical, right? Almost there, almost there, almost there. Okay, we've been spotted, but we can just kind of do this. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. All right. You're just a little squid. I'm just a little birthday squid. I'm just a little birthday squid. All right. Yeah, but I bet it's really like, it seems like a thing that has definitely happened, whereas like a droid Jedi could happen, but I don't feel, I don't have the like, oh, that definitely is a thing that has occurred historically. Like, it probably has, because the Jedi have been around for 10,000 years. Well, probably more than that. The Jedi have been around for an ass long time, and people really underestimate how many things and how many different kinds of people can do a thing for that long. No group is actually homogenous, but especially not a group that old. They might seem homogenous now, or they might have more homogenous periods, but let me tell ya, stuff is not that simple. That is not how groups work. IRL. Oh no. Oh no! Alright. Well, that's another death on the counter. What's our next question? Oh, medium hot take. I think they should pivot Rogue Squadron movie to an animated show, and that Omega would be a perfect fit. That's a good take. The Rogue Squadron movie has definitely been pivoted to be whatever Starfighter is, right? Like, I don't really know what Starfighter is. It's probably gonna look really good because they got that one guy as the cinematographer. Other than that, I don't really care. I mean, I care in that, interesting. It's a Star Wars. The one picture or whatever looks, it looks like a Star Wars. But like, they haven't said anything about the setting or the story or the point. They just said, look, we hired some white guys. Okay? I can hire some white guys too. It's not impressive. Anyway. I'm pretty sure that's what Starfighter is. What was our death question? It's going to be from Elena. Thank you. Thank you for leaving so many, Elena. We have so much to answer. Have you read all of The High Republic? What are your opinions about it as an addition to... as an addition to the story of Jedi and Republic and its overall political perspective on the two, and who are your favorite characters? I have read the vast majority of The High Republic, so my issue is that I kind of got like more busy and preoccupied around the third wave, so kind of the consequence of that is that I've only read some of the books and comics from, not the third wave, the third phase, from phase 3 instead of all of it, which is, I don't love about... Okay, get on top. All right, okay, so there's a skip right here, which is that we get really lucky with the way that the ink splatters, that the ink physics works, and so we get the bomb, and it hits the button. It's not gonna happen. I couldn't get it to work last night, but we're gonna get it because we all believe. Speedrun skip. The only thing I'm excited for The only thing I'm excited for in Starfighter is Mia Goth. Yeah, I'm excited for Mia Goth. I am also excited for that one fucking cinematographer. Like, I genuinely think that will be really cool about the movie. And, like, listen, I'm less cynical about Starfighter than I am about Mando and Grogu. Like, because Mando and Grogu, to me, is still not even a real movie. I cannot help but look at it and go, okay, cool. I just have to go to the theater to see more Mandalorian instead of them putting it on the TV. Like, it doesn't feel like a real movie to me. It just doesn't, and I don't think it ever will. It feels like the Clone Wars 2008. Which I know is a movie. I know it got a theatrical release, but it's like, do we actually count that, Because I count that as part of the Clone Wars. Anyway, I watched the vast majority... I read the vast majority of The High Republic. I kept up really well with it in the beginning, but my life is very different than it was at that point. And, I think it does good things for the Jedi and the Republic. I like that it shows that the hold the Republic has on its like constituent states is not like watertight necessarily. I like that there is this moment where the Republic lost territory in a way that like maps like culturally onto like how extremely they reacted to the separatist threat, right? Because in a bubble, it's I mean, it is unreasonable, to be clear. The Republic is wrong as hell in the Clone Wars, and they need to fucking stop. And they needed to stop before the Clone Wars. But to have this like history of this, I don't know, federation? Are they? No, they're just a republic, right? I don't know government words. To have this history as a federation is the right word, right? Whatever. As this like multi-member government, but like you survived this huge like loss of territory and whatever, and overcame it. Like there are some people in the Republic who definitely, I mean, even though it's a couple of years late, 100 years later, definitely view the Separatists as like being spiritually the same thing as the Nihil. Because the Nihil were just, even though the Nihils were just like dicks, and I mean, they weren't, it was more complicated than that, but the Separatists were like aggressively politically motivated. Like they wanted to form a state, like, and they weren't allowed to. Like, that's ridiculous. But no, I think that's a really nice through line. I think it's like, damn it, Count Dooku was a visionary. Count Dooku was, you know, did some good things. Was kind of deliberately and knowingly doing conspiracy to the CIS. He kind of used every decent person who believed in the cause, because it was almost entirely a false flag, and he knew it was a false flag, and he still did it, and he fuck him. Fuck Count Dooku. Because every person who believed in and actually fought for the CIS lost everything because of him. Anyway, and you know, other guys too, not just him. But yeah, I do think like some people are like, well, I don't like that the High Republic, like, so much shit happened. Like, at the beginning, it's like, okay, you can see how this is, like, not necessarily notable enough to get, like, talked about later and whatever. But some people are like, I really feel like too many things happen in this. I think that is a really fair... I think that's a really fair complaint. However, what was it? What's the line? 1,000 generations of peace? That's ridiculous. 1,000 generations. 1,000. That is absurd from Obi-Wan. That is nonsense. There is no way. Yay, we have a gun now. There's no way that... Dooku was also super cool with people ownership. Yes, he was. Dooku sucks. I just think Separatist apology is hilarious. It is very funny. It is very funny. It's very funny to just, like, believe a thing very strongly about stuff that doesn't exist, you know? Kind of no matter what the thing is. I can't remember. I can't think of, like, what my little pet things like that are, but... my only issue with, like, Separatist apologia for the bit is that it's kind of... I personally, like, the reason I don't ever do it is that I feel like it's overdone. I feel like it's like people have done it, you know? Been there, done that. But that's just my personal taste. Yeah, the idea that the Republic would be at peace is ridiculous. That is a propaganda idea that Obi-Wan believes because he was literally a general in the Republic Army. Like, there was no reason. There was no reason for me to die there. I was just fucking around. Oh. What were we talking about? We were talking about the Republic. Yeah, there was no way that the Republic, was... Oh, no. There was no way that the Republic would be at peace for that long, with no conflict, no separatism, no warlording, and anything. That's like absurd. That is ridiculous. The idea that some Star Wars fans get that literally nothing happened because there's like a block of time here. That's dumb. That's bad. Never assume that nothing happened. Things always happen. The nothing ever happens, gang, is constantly proven to be wrong. It's just that things happen slowly a lot of the time. All right, this one's a little bit tricky. We're probably gonna die a bit. We have a death, so we should probably read another one. This is also from Elena. Is there a novel/comics series / pardon me. Is there a novel/comic/audio drama? Fun fact, there were no original audio dramas. Et cetera, from canon or Legends. Oh, I thought it was just Legends. I thought this question was just Legends. I was trying to be smug, and I was just not fucking reading. The literacy crisis is upon us. That you think is underrated. Extremely underrated. Oh, probably. I think that the Battlefront 2 tie-in book is low-key really good. Inferno Squadron, I think it's the only reason I care about the Battlefront 2 campaign. And also it's just like a pretty good read. I thought it was a good book. I think Christy Golden is like a good author. And, you know, she's one of the reasons why Veers is probably... Oh, no. Okay, we live. Why Veers is probably not dead, so... She put my friend in Star Wars, so... Before I knew him, to be clear. Let's see. Anything else? Is there anything in Legends that I feel is underrated? Probably, but it's hard to, like, remember. Oh, underrated. Underrated. This isn't Legends, but it isn't canon. Ronin. The book. Ronin. The tie-in book with the fucking first short in Visions. Has no right to be as good as this. It's really well written. It is probably the closest Star Wars has ever got to actually being literature. Emma Miko Candon, they are just a really good writer. And it has this like AU world building that is so cool. So cool. Lux Fonteri was done dirty. I mean, the book, because there's only him in that one spot, I mean, it's complicated. But the thing is that character also kind of rules in the book, so that's the most I've ever liked Lux Fonteri. Spoilers, I guess. So I think it's pretty reasonable that he would end up in a position like that. But, you know, not that I don't want more of my boy Lux. Actually, I kind of hate Lux in the Clone Wars. He's really annoying. He's really annoying, and I don't like his thing for Ahsoka. I think he's a creep. What we're talking about? Oh, yeah. Ronin. Ronin is a really good book. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm probably actually gonna... I've mentioned, like, a scrapped episode of Daughters of Ferrix that I, like, started writing in the summer of 2024 that, like, I will come back to. I wasn't originally planning to talk about Ronin, but I actually probably will, because it's really relevant. Because it's meant to be about, like, Eastern religious tradition and the ways in which Star Wars don't do it. This is the best Splatoon soundtrack. It's Nasty Majesty, right now. Yeah, I mean, that's, like, peak. I love Nasty Majesty. It's the one where they let Pearl say the word pussy, you know? What else could you want? I love Off the Hook, man. The thing is that I didn't play Splatoon 2 like when it came out. I'm a late Splatoon 2 head. So my affection for Off the Hook isn't even nostalgic. I encountered Off the Hook after like Deep Cut. Literally. I like Deep Cut. But no, Off the Hook is so peak. Sorry, this is Splatoon opinion stuff. Not to be not to sploon on main. Lux is annoying as hell, but no Clone Wars character pisses me off as much as Rush Clovis. Yeah, I mean, that is, if you had asked me who the most annoying Clone Wars character, I would have said Rush Clovis. I hate Rush Clovis. Except maybe Krell. The thing is that at least Pont Krell's interesting to watch. I'm sure there's something from Legends that's underrated, but I cannot think of anything right now. I'm sorry. It's probably like a comic. Ooh, this phase is cool. Intestinal phase. From 27 Sides, I like this question a lot. What is your personal favorite game story-wise that you've played on stream and why? And they say happy birthday. Thank you very much for the well-wishing. Okay. This is a great question. I believe we've played 5 games on stream. I'm not counting Octo expansion because we're not playing it for the story. And also there are games who... Damn it. Every time with that one fucking laser. Yeah, okay. So, Signalis, Disco Elysium, 1000x, 1000 times resist, which we have not finished, and, we know the devil. I'm forgetting one, right? Was that all of them? Did I say all of them? Unbeatable. Unbeatable. Literally the one that I opened the fucking stream to. Literally the soundtrack. The thing is that Unbeatable is not a game. Unbeatable is a way of life. Happy birthday, Alien Closet Demon. Hell yeah. Northwest Dingus. I don't know if NW is Northwest, but I choose to read it as such. Ooh, we made it. Okay. My favorite game. So I really like Signalis, but a lot of the reason I like Signalis was atmosphere. Oh god, it's this. This is one. Was atmosphere and gameplay. That's not to say I didn't like the story. I thought the storytelling was really cool, but that was not the primary reason I love Signalis. I love Signalis for all of the things. Unbeatable was a really cool story. The best thing about Unbeatable is the soundtrack and the character design. But the thing is that I really love the character of Beat. I love the main character of Unbeatable. I think she is kind of miserably relatable. Yeah, I just think that she's real as hell. She's like a huge mess in ways that I have been a mess in my life, and I love that. Obviously Disco Elysium is like really good and really important, beloved by many. I kind of want to say 1000 times resist, even though I have not finished it. The problem is that I'm definitely biased towards the game that I am playing. Like, if you asked me during Signalis, I would have said Signalis. Used to be Northwest dumbass, but apparently you didn't like that. That fucking sucks. You can't even be a dumbass anymore because of woke. Oh god. The thing about this is a good phase, but I always forget where the little thingies you have to pick up are. So this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay. I'm gonna say 1000 times resist for just story. 1000 times resist, because that game's story is fucking nuts. It is so cool and so well put together. Everything I wasn't sure about early on, just has blown my mind since. It keeps impressing me. Now, granted, I'm only about halfway through, so it is possible that something will happen and it won't stick the landing, you know? I'm leaving space open for that because I don't want to, like, disappoint myself. Because I'll probably still like it even if it doesn't, like, you know, end the way I might want it to. But, I'm going to say 1,000 times resist. I'm going to say 1,000 times resist because that game is so fucking cool in its story. That's the energy core, but it's locked. Gotta collect all the data points. Yeah, I already am Pearl. I played this game before, Pearl. You don't need to condescend to me just because you're rich. Pearl is the only good billionaire. That's a joke. One, I don't think she's a billionaire, but also two, there's no such thing as a good billionaire. Let's do another one. Oh. Whoopsie. Went down too far. We were on from Anonymous 2. So, you know, if we're following PEMDAS, that's Anonymous. If you had a chance to change one plot or world-building plot in the OT, what would it be? The stuff that I would change about the original trilogy are purely, like woke feminist shit. If I got to change one thing, it would genuinely be getting Carrie Fisher out of the bikini in Return of the Jedi. I think it's gross and it's tasteless, and for the most part, those movies are better than that. So I think that is the worst thing in the original trilogy. I know that's not like a fun thing. If I could change world building stuff, I would want the Empire to be like an actual government. I would want anyone who is citizens of it to be a character. Especially because you really briefly see it. You really briefly see it in the fucking deleted Tashi Station scene and some of the stuff with Luke. And those are some of my favorite parts of Episode 4. And that just doesn't get to be part of that movie, like, at all, you know? And I think that's such a fucking bummer. Yeah. Put Luke in it? The way you should change the OT is by putting Luke in it? That's a good idea. Oh, put Luke in the bikini. Yeah, put Luke in the bikini. But not like he shouldn't get enslaved. Luke should be in the bikini as his new Jedi outfit. I have spoken. The next one is from Xylian, so I'm just gonna read it. Xylian asks, how does it feel to be old? You know, mostly the same. The thing is that I already felt like I was I know 25 ain't old, but 25 is old enough. Old enough to be an adult, you know? So I already felt pretty settled in that. I don't know. My body always hurts. I'm always tired. I'm not even in my 30s yet, so I know it'll only magnify from here. I take 1 million pills a day. It's super cool. I don't know. There are good things about this. I think the worst part about being an adult is just that I find it a lot harder to make friends now. Part of that is that I don't have a job that gets me out of my house. Like, that is more so the issue than, you know, alienation or whatever. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Luke should wear the bikini so he can move faster. That's true. That's true. The less weight, the better a Jedi he'll be. Obviously. See, Luke has to wear the bikini because it's like a fundamental part of his culture. He, the character, chose it. Actually, the boob window on her costume. Okay. I don't... Should we wait until we die for another question, or should we just do another question? The issue is that this one will probably take me a while, because I have to fucking remember how to get this one. Oh, wait, no. I get it by... Okay, I almost did not make that. I almost did not make that. Okay. Oh, my God. Just fucking... Why do I keep missing? Okay, we found it. I don't know what these things that I'm getting are. They're like, they're called data points. They kind of look like little pens, or not little pens, big pens. There's a fun design quirk in Splatoon. Only one. No, there is a recurring design motif in Splatoon that genuinely has nothing to do with anything, which is just sometimes there will be giant versions of objects. One of the, like, original weapons in the game was a giant paint roller. That makes a lot of sense. But then there are weapons that are giant pens and pencils and, like a washing machine and, just all sorts of stuff. Like, what if thing was gigantic? It's so whimsical and so fun. And, I don't think there's any reason for it. I really don't think there's any reason for it, like, textually. It's nonsense. Because the people are not that small. You're just a widow squid. I am just a widow squid, but the people are not that small. The people are, like, relatively, like, close enough to human size, you know? All right, well, I know for a fact that I'm going to die on this one. So... well, this next phase, I mean. How's everyone doing? He grew up on that hot-ass planet, so yeah, just put a bikini. Yeah, I mean, listen. They dress with way too many layers on Tatooine. Like, I'm sure it's breathable or whatever, but... at the very least, a head covering, right? I know Luke has a hat sometimes. Luke should have a hat all the time. All right, we gotta get this little fishy guy. Oh, no. Do you see him? He's got a little fish face. Isn't he cute? Look at him. All right. No more cute fish face. We're probably going to get this cute fish face killed, unfortunately. I'm not very good at this face. All right. Oh, God, oh, God. See, unfortunately, hitting this guy with ink now does not regen its health. So that was a checkpoint, right? We hit a checkpoint, right? Go, 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 go. Shit. Go, 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 go. Shit. Oh my god. We're out of ink. Shit. God damn it. Go. 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 Ah. That was atrocious. We almost had it, and then I just fucking ran out of ink, man. As someone born and raised in South America, you should have a big hat and the shortest clothes possible. Exactly. How humid is it where you're from? Because I will say, like, obviously, like, I assume Tatooine's dry as hell because it's the desert, right? Not I assume. It has to be dry as hell. But I don't, I did grow up in a desert, but I never dressed for it, so, you know. So far, we have lived. However, this is the part I'm working. Oh my god, I already got hit. Oh my god. Okay. It is, in fact, Jover. So, who's next? Anonymous 2 asks, what is the target audience for Daughters of Feryx, if there is one? This is a really good question. This is a very good question. So I was not really locked in enough for that one. Why is it so hard to find explicitly queer third spaces that aren't just catering to gay men almost exclusively, or am I just not looking hard enough? One of the difficult things is that gay men. I mean, the reason there are so many third spaces. The only third spaces that exist for a lot of people are like bars, you know, sometimes libraries, depending on where they live. But like the hookup culture that a lot of gay men have is like conducive to gay bars and clubs. And even like lesbian hookup culture isn't quite the same as that. And that is pretty tough. I would recommend looking for queer bookstores around you if you're in a city that might exist. You also might be served by seeing if there's like a Facebook group or something. The thing about it is if there aren't good third spaces for queer people around you, that means unless you are from like a rural-ass rural town. Because if you're from a rural-ass rural town, then they're like, Octo ball. If you're from a rural-ass rural town, then there's like one other queer person, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like if you're from, you know, bigger. Then if, well, that was sloppy. If there aren't good third spaces, then it means that there are other queer people who are looking for that too. That's what that means. So, either you find what exists, or you make it with people. Now, that's really hard, because third spaces don't exist in, you know, society now. That's not so common. But put together a book club, or, you know, you get together to watch X cartoon. It's a knitting club. You want to meet some trans masks? Start a queer knitting club. Knitting or crochet. I've met crochet trans masks. But the fiber arts are dominated by the trans masks because they're raised as girls, but they're also like freaks, so they stay inside, right? A lot of trans culture is defined by the fact that we often stay indoors. Not exclusively. Some of us are, you know, braver than others. Oh, yeah, we did it. But I do live in the bookstore city. Yeah, there's a really good chance that there's a queer bookstore. Listen, I've been to some queer bookstores, and their, like, vibe isn't for me, like the ones I've been to. But, well, I mean, there was one that I was really fond of and that I was a regular at and that I really miss. But from Salt Lake City. It's called the Legendarium. If you are ever in Salt Lake City, find it because it's good. It's full of very good people. But a lot of the culture around like a queer bookstore is not really my vibe. But that's okay because that's a starting point. It's a starting point to find people like you. So, anyway. What is the target audience for Daughters of Ferrix? I would say there is one. And the simplest answer is that the target audience is anyone who cares. I know that's kind of a vague answer, but anyone who cares about the politics that I talk about on the show, anyone who cares about the Star Wars that I talk about on the show, I cannot make things that I don't care about deeply and that I'm not, like, thoroughly invested in. Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for asking. That is a question that I've been asked before and that I will be asked again. And let me tell you, it's a question that I ask myself sometimes. So the only reason I know how to answer it is because I navigate it sometimes, and it sucks. We all navigate it. I have the benefit of having, like, lesbian bars. And even if, like, the like, certified capital L lesbian bar in Portland shut down at the end of the year. It was not doing well enough. Oh, no. Agent 3, how could you? They've been, like, brainwashed. They got sanitized. Oh, no. But there are, like, still women's bars. And a lot of women's bars attract lesbians and, like, queer, like, femmes and theys and, you know, all sorts of things. Which is often the crowd I mean when I say lesbians, because that is who that usually includes. In practice. No matter how much, oh my god, no matter how much the TERFs want to convince you otherwise, lesbianism has always been a very diverse category. Damn. Alright, oh god. No, you never made it there? Yeah. Doc Marie's, there were a lot of good things about Doc Marie's. There were also some not so good things. I know people had, like, interpersonal and social issues with it. I did not frequent the bar enough to have those issues with it. If nothing else, Doc Marie's was, the layout and the size was, like, a problem for what people wanted to do there. It was not fit for purpose, unfortunately. But yeah, it went out of business, which I am sad about. There are not enough lesbian bars in the world. There should be more. There's a bar that I like to go to, kind of a, you know, restaurant-y bar, but it is a bar. There's a sports bar that I like to go to that is a women's bar that has essentially been co-opted as a lesbian's bar, which is, in my opinion, the best version of events. It is called the Sports Bra. I went there for my birthday, and I would like to go there more. But I don't go to bars that often because they're, you know, pricey enough. All right, who's the target audience for Daughters of Ferrex? More specifically, people like me. Not necessarily trans people. I never realized you could aim for Captain Cuttlefish. You know, trans people, but also, like, queer people who like Star Wars, people who are largely dissatisfied. It's a good bar. It's a great bar. Harrison went there with me and my girlfriend last year. And I love watching women's basketball while I'm eating a burger. While I'm eating a vegetarian burger. That's my ideal life. Who would have thought that the thing that the reason I didn't care about team sports is that there weren't women in it. Let's see. Yeah, people who are sick of, like, the way Star Wars, like, discourse and stuff is online. Star Wars shows are, like, often pretty awful on online, and that's my audience, is people who are kind of sick of that and want something more complicated. And people who give a shit. This scene is great. I love this scene. This is where I stopped my playthrough last night, my practice run, so we need to get you to a PWHL game. What's PW? What's PWL? I want to go to a Thorns game. My girlfriend was like, my work. They said they were giving away Thorns tickets, but I didn't sign us up because I didn't think you were interested. And I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean you didn't think I was interested? What am I to you? What am I to you? A joke? I'm so glad that I delivered that perfectly. Women's sports are generally so much better than men's sports on every level. Yeah, that is how I feel. I enjoy watching... Most of all, I enjoy watching women's skateboarding. I like just, like, putting on an old final or whatever. But my issue with women's skateboarding is that for a lot of social and economic reasons and gender reasons... Oh, Professional Women's Hockey League. Yeah, I'd enjoy that. I've never been to a hockey game. I would enjoy being to a hockey game. I especially want to go with my hockey friend, because she's cool. And I would want her to explain it to me. Oh no, it's a giant thing. What could it be? Anyway, I haven't played this fight since I beat the game, I think. So we might be a little rusty. We might die, which will suck, but... What was I talking about? Sports? Oh, yeah. Women's skateboarding tends to be just teenagers. Which is, like, I do like watching. I root for those kids, but I would like to watch actual adults. Unfortunately. That's not what the scene is right now. Have you ever heard the tragedy of the Thorns tickets? Yes, I have. It's not a story my girlfriend would tell you. No, I love my girlfriend. They got me vile tickets, so I have no room to complain. Here's the lore, if you care. This whole, like, auditory sequence is super cool. I can't hear it, but the music here is great. All right. Mike G. I'm familiar with Mike G from Twitter. I think you're super awesome. How'd you get to be so cool? Genuine question. Well, this is very sweet. This is a very kind thing to ask. Oh my god. So many blenders. This is a very kind question. And I will try to actually answer it because you said it was a genuine question. So I feel like it would be kind of needless if I were just saying that I don't, like, oh, thank you, I only kind of think I'm cool, which, like, I do only kind of think, like, I'm cool. She's explaining what we're gonna do. She's gonna put a bunch of bombs on, we're gonna pop the bombs or whatever. Cover it in ink. Turf War. MS Paint. This actually isn't MS Paint, it's like Photoshop, but... Went from a big UK city to a small German one. It really has gone to show that active community is more important than population size. Exactly. Exactly. And that is my issue with Portland. One of my issues with Portland. My actual big issue with Portland is that there's a lot of people who really hate poor people here. They talk about Portland as like a liberal haven, and if we're talking about liberals, then yes. Your eye makeup is really cool tutorial when people keep asking that, and I actually think I might. I actually think I might as a bonus episode, because it would be easy for me to make, and because people ask. The way I do my makeup is like specifically like a pastiche of, sorry to be like fucking pretentious about it, is a pastiche of like different makeup styles. I actually, have you noticed, I'm less heavy on the blush today. Normally I like to go way over the top with blush, which some people think is like hideous, and I like because I think it's like campy and fun and kind of e-girly and kind of drag queeny, you know? I like it. I'm going light on it because I got a new blush from Sephora. Same, oh my god, the fucking classism and ableism here is wild. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Fuck, I have to up my Patreon membership? Max, I'll just send it to you. Girl, I have told everyone this. You don't, if you want a specific bonus episode, just ask me for it. Wait, what do we do? All right, we hop on the fucking ride rail. Oh my god. Wait, this is the wrong ride rail. We're gonna kill the city. The city's gonna die because of us. Because of our irresponsibility. Oh my god. Marina, I'm so sorry. Pearl, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, where are they? They're right here. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. I love this track. Again, I can't hear it, but it's really good. How did I get to be so cool? Now, I have issues with myself. Everyone does. But I do care very much about, quote-unquote, being myself. I hold myself to a relatively high standard. This is going poorly. I've never done this badly at this boss. At this boss fight. Oh my god. I think I'm just gonna kill myself. I'm just gonna kill myself. We're just dying. We're just dying. This restarts the fight, right? Yeah, we get the like bad ending cutscene or whatever. No, Ingopolis. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What tier gets access to Discord? That's the $3 tier. And if you immediately cancel the Patreon, you will still be in the Discord. So, you will still have given me $3. Well, you're giving me like, you know, $1.50 in Patreon, like $1 or whatever. But, you don't like have to keep paying to stay in the Discord, is what I'm saying. I would hate if someone felt like they did. I need to be more active in the Discord. The thing is that I find it hard to be active on the internet at all these days. So I really focus on just like making things for the internet, you know? Oh my god, just get the fucking... Oh my god, this is... Just hit it. Hit it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I feel very strongly about being quote-unquote myself. And I hold myself to a pretty high standard of like what that means. Now, my like bias towards, some people call it perfectionism. My tendency is to say that I'm not a perfectionist because I would do things better if I were. Not better, but like even more thoroughly than I already do. I can call it good, you know? I can call things good enough. I just, I do like hold myself to a high standard, and so when I fail to meet it, it's like I'm frustrated. Okay, we gotta hit the ride rail. We gotta hit the ride rail. But in the past, no, we're gonna kill this city again. We're gonna kill this city again. I should have practiced this fight. I was like, I don't need to. I've done this fight. I know this fight. I should have practiced. It only would have taken us once. But yeah, I look at people that I admire and I say, I kind of want to be that, you know? I can learn something from this, or I can build on that, and then I don't know, call me shallow, but I care a lot about aesthetics. I care about things looking good and feeling a certain way, and aesthetics working in tandem with, like, values and, goals, you know? That's so fucking big. Values and goals. No, but, like, I have values, and I try to match those aesthetics to those values. Which is why I have gotten significantly more alt the older that I get, because I have gotten more radical. Which is funny, because I was already pretty radical, but, you know, it's a bad world. Okay. Alright, we are... No! Oh, it's Jover. It's fucking Jover. We're killing ourselves. Alright, did we ever count the first set? We counted the second. I'm pissed about that. I'm gonna say that I'm losing because I can't hear the music. I'm not getting pumped up by the sick-ass music, so that's why. Be it performance or physical media, does anyone know any queer Star Wars artists? Do you mean like official media or like non-official? Because I do know like people who, I don't know if I know any off the top of my head, but I follow a bunch on like Instagram and stuff. Anyway, my advice for if you want to be cool, or if you want to try to be cool, because I do think I kind of try to be cool, which is not a cool thing to do, but c'est la vie. I've been trying to do it my whole life, so whatever. You know, surround yourself with people you think are, like, good and cool. Stick to your values. I like to believe I have a pretty strong sense of what I think is right and wrong, and I try to live up to that. I don't think I'm perfect. There are a lot of ways that I fall short on that, but yeah. Part of why the Rebel Pathfinder dressing like the U.S. Imperialist scum irks me so much. That is just one of those products of how, what Star Wars is, which is to say, an American movie made by an American man. And as much as all participants are quasi-American, the Rebel Alliance is more American. Which is why when people say that Star Wars is exclusively anti-American, they are kind of missing the point. Because it's important to realize that within the text of the film, you know what, not even within text, within the fucking visuals of the film, the Empire is not America. Americans don't dress like that. Americans don't talk like that. The Empire is visibly and audibly British, and the Empire is visibly and audibly, you know, Germanic, shall we say, right? Those are the main inspirations. Where the fuck are the other bombs? Where are the other bombs? Oh, they're on top. We can do this. Okay. Ebb and flow. We got this. Where's the other bomb? It's right there. Okay, we got it. On the right, yep. All right. Okay. We just have to get onto this one. No. Get it. Got it. Okay, we got it. We can do this. 40 seconds. Yeah. Star Wars is somewhat imperialist. It is somewhat anti-American. It is somewhat about the Vietnam War, but it is not exclusively those things, and anyone that tells you otherwise is not going hard enough, is how I see it. Okay, we have 6 bombs left. We can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. Okay, 13, 12, 11. No, I didn't hit the grappling. I didn't. I'm just killing myself here. Bye-bye. I've never lost this so many times. Maybe the talking doesn't help, but whatever. What's your favorite lightsaber and blaster? I think the Briar pistol that Cassian uses is pretty sick. Honestly, classically, I really like the DL-44 that Han uses in A New Hope. That was very much my favorite as like a teenager. Oh, I love Rey's blaster from Force Awakens. I just think it looks so damn good. It's a great blend of like old and modern Star Wars design sensibilities in a way that I don't think people appreciate enough. So let's say that. Favorite lightsaber. Ooh, do I have one? I must. Listen, I'm not saying there aren't good lightsaber designs. I just don't know if I have a favorite. Again, my go-to is the boring-ass, like, Legacy Saber. The Skywalker one, because I like what it kind of represents, which is this, like, much wider arc throughout the series. The MW20 Briar is so cool. Yes, it is. Oh, no. Wrong one. Okay, we gotta go down. Favorite lightsaber? I don't fucking know. I like Qui-Gon's. That was my favorite as a kid. Does that count? I don't know. My favorite lightsaber is whatever I make in Jedi Fallen Order. Because I always make it, like, colored black and pink. I do pink blade. I'm pink blade all the way. I feel very strongly about that. Okay, let's get the purple ones. Let's do another question. What's the most unusual thing you do in your spare time? Oh, God. There's probably a lot of things, frankly, but... I mean, I play video games, I draw, but drawing is also kind of the show, kind of. Oh my God, there's one purple one, again. Where is it? Oh my God, it's the same fucking one. It's the same oh, it's because it's slightly behind. It's slightly behind and I'm dumb. Okay. It's not like unusual, but I cook a lot. I'm always surprised by how few people around me like cook. Not that I think, you know, you have to. Just that it's my normal, you know? We're like so fucked. This is not possible. 20 seconds? This is not possible. Well, let's call it a practice now. You know, if they wanted me to save the goddamn city, then they should have given me a longer range weapon. You know? I can't do this with the goddamn splatter shot. Okay, well, we lose. Cal uses a pink blade. I like to do an HR style white and gold, though. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Cal just looks so good with a pink blade. I'm sorry that I keep failing this. This is atrocious. Anything else? Anything else unusual? Probably not. Probably not. I'm not that special, you know? I'm a pretty normal lady. I play with my cats a lot. I spend time with my girlfriend. I'm a simple woman, you know? No, the most unusual thing I do in my spare time is when I use my spare time to work on the show. That isn't like my spare time, but sometimes it is. Sometimes I do both. Okay, now it's the green. Okay, we hit this one. Now we hit this one. 3 more. That one. And... okay. One up here. Not wasting time. We're not wasting any time. We keep losing to the clock. I like orange because it's the closest I can get to red without being evil. Yeah, sorry, red enjoyers. I think it's okay. Mark asked, "What's the most unusual thing?" I gotta credit people. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is bad. This is bad. No. No. I'm just a little octopus. Why? Okay. We got all the yellow ones somehow, some way. We're gonna get all the purple ones now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we get the one on top. And now it's just the blue ones. Now it's just the blue ones. We can do this. We can do this. We beat the blue ones. This is huge. We're doing great. Something about having a red lightsaber just makes you ontologically evil. It's because they just don't come in red unless you hurt them, you know? Red is the color that means you abused your kyber crystal, you know? And unfortunately, that's not, like, a good... That's not... You're not a good person if you... No. No. This is an atrocity. This makes me so sad. Do you have any hopes for specific inclusions in the Andor art book? I believe this is later this year. Does it not come out this month? I thought it came out this month. Did they push it back? I do have specific hopes. I want them to include all of the letters for the like writing they put on the Ferrix bricks. I would like to see more concept art of things that didn't make it in, because they've been really good about showing concept art of things that made it into the show. But it was delayed a couple times. I guess that makes sense. Disney canon red lightsabers. Yeah, I'm pretty, not to be a hater, I'm pretty anti-synthetic crystals. I don't like the vibe. I think crystal bleeding is really evocative and thematically correct. And also, frankly, any red lightsaber system that gets you the shit that happens with OSHA in the Acolyte, that's good world building as far as I'm concerned. Because that stuff's that's incredible. So fucking cool. Just the type of Star Wars bullshit that people have dreamed about for years and years. And the reason they don't like it is because they're fucking losers. Sorry to get unnecessarily mean. Who? Oh my god, it's the one that's up. I didn't get the one that's up. No. Max agrees. Yeah, I just... The synthetic crystal thing to me is it's like... Why not just say they come in red? Like... I don't know. I don't know the impetus behind the red crystal. Maybe I should look into that sometime. Maybe I should educate myself instead of just complaining. Instead of just being a woke school. You can't have synthetic crystals anymore because of the woke. Sorry. I was recalibrating. Oh my god. I got on this too early. Cease number 10,008. Terrible name, TBH. Get it. Okay. Get the thing. This is a trash game. I'm doing so badly. I thought I was like reasonably okay at this game, you know? I think I reached the end at an okay time. I'm terrible. I will say, the first time I played this fight, it did take me 2 tries. So, I also keep looking away to read chat. That does not help. Okay. Listen, we're up here doing this when we're supposed to be. So, that's a really good sign. Okay, we're coming around. Mira says, how dare you be so awesome, leave some for the rest of us. Awesomeness is not a finite resource. In fact, I think it multiplies itself. Oh, okay. Also, I'm not sure that's like the question. Come on. One more. Yes! We fucking did it. We fucking did it, gang. We fucking did it! It only took us... Did we even count all those deaths? We'll add like 3 more. This is such a cool part. I love this bit. The music is great. Anyway, we finished the... Oh, shit. Time. Oh, shit. I pressed the wrong button and I deleted our time. Anyway, it was like 3 minutes, 31 seconds. Rip. KOTOR, there were natural reds. That's true. I forgot about that. I only have a few questions here in the spreadsheet, so let's... Anonymous 2 asks, do you play TTRPGs? What are your thoughts on the Star Wars systems? West End seems cool in that I think it would be really fun to play something that old. From what I've heard, West End has issues with the way it handles dice rolls, but I could be wrong. Wait, what? Sophie asks, wait, what's the question? I don't think it's worked for me, lol. I can't see a question. No, you ask the question. Or that's the question? That's crazy. Wow, that's so deep. I love that. I love the, like, thing. Hope it's not too loud. Anonymous 2. Personal dispute with a friend of mine. Are destroyer droids cute? Like droidicas? I guess kinda. I think the thing that holds them back is that they're like 5 feet tall, right? Or maybe even like 6 feet. They're tall. They're really big. Frankly, droids in general in Star Wars are not as big as they feel like they should be. BB droids are massive. Did I say not as big? I meant not as small. They just feel like they should be little guys, and then they're just huge. No, that's not true. BD droids are as big as they should be. Wow, it's like I'm sitting on the thing with them. Here, hang on. Let's, where's get my camera, stream camera. Wow. I'm looking at it. Hang on, which way do I... Is this way? Wow. Okay, that's enough of that. Put me back in the corner. Put me back in the corner where I belong. Yeah, here's the thing. I think most droids are kind of cute. Honestly. I think most droids are kind of cute. Got here really late, but happy birthday. Listen, the stream's not over. The stream's not over. If the stream's not over, then you didn't get here late. And lastly on the spreadsheet... Oh, wait, we have some new ones. We'll do those ones in a second. Sorry, they loaded in a different part than I was expecting. I want to be further over. The fade out on my head is so weird and annoying, but I did it on purpose, so the edge of the green screen was less pronounced. But also I kind of fixed how the green screen shows up on camera, so maybe I'll remove the edge. Anyway, Maxine asks, Pazak or Sabak? So for the uninitiated, Pazak is the digital card game. Because it's a minigame. It's the minigame card game in KOTOR. And then Sabak is, you know, like 5 different things. Sorry, Maxine. Sabak. Entirely Sabak. Because here's the thing. I have never really enjoyed Pazak that much. I don't really enjoy playing it in KOTOR. Maybe I'm just bad at it. But I also don't really love digital card games, for the most part. It's one of the reasons why I'm not really interested in Balatro. Because to me, if I'm playing with cards, I want to be playing with cards. And if I'm not, then I want to be playing with something else on a screen. Does that make sense? And maybe I just need to get over myself, but I don't usually fuck with digital card games. I like stuff that is largely only possible in a video game, you know? I also just like Sabak. I have like a personal history of... I talked about this in the very silly... I love the Outlaws episode. It's so goofy. I was so proud of making something that was kind of coherent. Sometimes you just find a book and it all kind of comes together. Anyway, I talk about this in the Outlaws episode because I have like a fond personal history with Sabak. You should try Magic the Gathering. If my friend Harrison, I think, plays Magic the Gathering. If a friend introduced me to Magic, I would play Magic. I doubt I will like do it myself, you know? Though I do kind of want... Why does YouTube recommend me when you finish the game? That sucks. I'm sorry. I guess you know, go back and watch it. You know, I'm basically the same live as I am dead. Oh no. Harrison's in the chat. Harrison, you play Magic, right? I know you collect Magic cards, but I don't know if you actually play. Anyway, I'm kind of interested in the Avatar: The Last Airbender collection, but I will buy them. Yes, I know there's an Avatar: The Last Airbender set, Harrison. I'm aware. I literally have my friend Veer's Watch got me a poster, an Avatar: The Last Airbender Magic the Gathering crossover poster. Yes, I do. I do really like the card art that I've seen. That's Octo Expansion. Octo Expansion is so fucking good. It is such a good game. Splatoon is such a good game. I love being a squid. Splatoon 3 is definitely one of my favorite games. Anyway, I prefer Sabak. I have been playing it since I was a teenager, and so I have, like, you know, personal lore. All right. What are the new ones on the form? We have... Sorry that I didn't get to y'all's during the actual thing. Elena asks... I can't remember... Oh, this one's long. Here, we'll save this one to the end. We'll save the long one till the end. Lynn asks... Eyeliner tutorial when? So I do have kind of a really, like, shitty eyeliner tutorial that where I explained some of my ethos. I'm sorry, I keep playing with my hair. I don't have anything to do now. I'm just gonna run around. We're gonna run around as an octopus, and that'll give me something to do. Eyeliner tutorial. I have, like, a here's how I explain how I think about it in the drawing stream we did a few weeks ago. I've considered turning that into like a YouTube short, just because I think it's, frankly, useful. Everyone who doesn't do eyeliner struggles with eyeliner, and it sucks to have to learn as an adult. It is so unpleasant. Because if you're doing it as a teenager, you get the latitude of you're a fucking teenager, but you don't get that. You don't get that if you're an adult. Anyway, so at the very least, I'll probably clip that, and I'm probably just gonna do it as a fuck-ass bonus episode on the Patreon. I'll do my whole kind of makeup. I'll talk about makeup. I don't that badly want to appear on camera without makeup, but, you know, I'll take one for the team. It's not like I can. I just prefer having makeup on. I don't play Magic the Gathering anymore, but my dad gave me thousands of his during a move, and I don't know what the hell to do with them. Thousands? Jesus. I loved how it's Celebration Japan. I played Kessel Sabak with many people multiple times. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Sabak, is that Sabak is... How I have played it, it is a social game. I wish I had played Sabak at Japan. I don't think I did. I had my deck with me, but I just never got around to it. But I like Sabak. I like betting Sabak. How do you feel about the Lego Star Wars fan base? I think... I think the ones that I know about have some very, very particular gripes where they care very specifically about, like, a thing. and I cannot imagine caring about, like, and listen, okay, I have heard compelling stuff, like, they haven't made, like, I don't think they made a Dooku minifigure in, like, 11 years or something crazy like that. It sounds like they do too much original trilogy stuff. I think some of the sets are cool. I like when people get to collect things that they enjoy. But I do think the LEGO fan base skews old in a way that I don't always find constructive. And that's because that's who has money for that kind of stuff. Thank you for the happy birthday in the chat. Anyway, I have no like animus toward the LEGO fan base. I also like, I do keep an eye on stuff. I see like when there's a cool new set. I have a friend who occasionally like who makes enough money and like that this is what he spends his money on. This is his like hobby, is he buys UCS sets, so I get to enjoy them vicariously. I go over to his house and I go over to his apartment. Let's be clear. I go over to his apartment and I think, wow, this looks like it was kind of fun to build, but also, wow, you sure do have a giant gray structure in your home. The handful of big Lego sets I have are all like trees and stuff, you know, because I like color. I like my plastic colorful. What's your favorite Star Wars video game and why? That's a tough question, because I like a lot of them. Maybe Squadrons? I feel very strongly about Star Wars Squadrons. I think it's really underrated. And part of the reason it's underrated is that it was undersupported at the time. I would play Squid Beats. I would play the rhythm game, but I can't hear the music. So, yeah. What was I answering? Oh, yeah, the video game question. I just zoned the fuck out. I think the controls for Squadrons are really cool. I like that it kind of takes itself seriously. It's like kind of a flight sim. I know of I've met people who like have a flight sim setup to play it. I think that's so cool. I started to learn some of the like advanced tech, but I never got good enough at it to like actually play it. Anyway, I love Squadrons. Unfortunately, Squadrons, the less you can play the multiplayer, because the fewer people are playing, the worse the game gets, but you know, whatever. I really like Jedi Fallen Order. It's just a really good game. There's also, I like KOTOR. KOTOR is a really good game, etc. There are a lot of them, you know. There aren't a lot of Star Wars games that I've played that I just like don't care for. But also there's Star Wars games I haven't played, you know. I have never played either Force Unleashed games. Yeah, that's true. I'd really like to. Frankly, I want to play the Wii versions, but I just haven't gotten around to it. How many Scottish viewers do you have? If YouTube even lets you check. Does YouTube let me check? Listen. I have audience members who are not on YouTube, but we'll assume. Oh, hang on. If stuff starts playing, that's here. We'll turn off desktop audio. Let's look at YouTube Studio. Let's see if we can find out. I bet it's not like a ton, but you know, I've had people in the UK the whole time, so it's got to be some. Is it okay? It's gonna be analytics. Overview, gonna be an audience. I don't look at the analytics on YouTube very much. One, because I'm not first and foremost making things for YouTube. And two, because I don't always need that in my head. Audience watch behavior. I'm gonna learn. Are you ready? I'm gonna have to learn. So many. Such a small percentage of female and user specified gender. Oh, it hurts. I like the idea of corporate neutrality from Star Wars, but I don't much understand how it functions. What do you mean by that? Oh, hang on. What the heck does corporate neutrality mean in Star Wars? Is only a section of the Trade Federation separatist and another section not separatist? Can I be really blunt with you? It means corporations can do whatever they want. That's in practice. That's what it means. It means that they get to have seats in both governments. They get to work the war for their benefit, on the basis of neutrality. That is what it means in practice. And that is probably what Lucas intended as well. Fun fact: the Daughters of Ferrix audience, which I do know this, leans, vastly leans adult. 13 to 17 years old is 1% of the YouTube audience. It skews even older on podcast platforms. 18 to 24 years is 36%, and then 50% is 25 to 36, which is my age range. So, in case you were curious, top subtitle languages, top geographies. Okay, let's look at this. United States, of course, vastly more US viewers on YouTube because, of course, I would put this on the screen, but I would worry. I haven't vetted this, so I'd worry there'd be something that I shouldn't show. Even if it's just a YouTube comment with a slur or something. Yeah, the viewership skews United States for a lot of reasons, but also I often make episodes in a very America-centric way. I try to branch out my view a little bit I don't want to just be fucking colonialist about this, but yeah, I am very aware of that. I don't see Scotland on here, so they might not be statistically significant. Can I view more of these? I guess let's look at yearly. Australia, Sweden, Netherlands, Poland. Some of the oldest viewers, some of the oldest audience members of this show are from the Netherlands. I turned 26 this week. Happy early birthday. I just turned 26. Fucking twinsies, I guess. Shout out if you're a Netherlands viewer, because goddamn, y'all have been with me for a long time. Ireland, Brazil, Finland, France, Norway, Argentina, Denmark, India, Slovakia, Czechia, Switzerland, Indonesia. I don't see Scotland. It might be just you. Sophie, it might just be you. I'm sorry. Scotland forever. Congrats on being the only Scot who watches Daughters of Bear. Oh, that's so funny. Do you think Omega would be a good fit for Rogue Squadron? I don't know how she flies, but I assume. I think it makes sense that she would be a pilot. I think it's cute to have her use skills that she learned from Tech. Rest in peace. Scotland's probably grouped under the UK. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Damn, I'm a fucking knucklehead. I'm sorry. I was hoping they'd be separate. Which now that I realize... Oh, wait, I can look at Scotland. Oh my god, if I click on United Kingdom. Okay, they are separate. I don't have anyone in Wales and no one in North Ireland, which... Rip. Do I have any Irish viewers? Hang on. I want to know if before we do Scottish, I want to look at Irish. Sorry, I have to know. Yes. 0.3% of the viewers are Irish. All right. But 3.6 are Scottish, so it's not just you, Sophie. Technically, I have a bit of Scotch-Irish, but they were from the South. Maxine. That kind of stuff only matters in America. That stuff only matters in America. I think the only reason I get to say I'm Swiss is because I have Swiss citizenship, because the only reason I don't have a Swiss passport is that I haven't wanted to do the paperwork, which I should. The United States is not safe, but I'm really bad at navigating bureaucracy. So anyway, yeah, 3.6% is Scottish. Hello to any Scots viewing. Yeah, Omega would be good in Rogue Squadron. Honestly, Omega should have her own squadron. So, Omega Squadron. I love Omega. She can do anything. I don't care. She should probably be in a leadership role, frankly. Is there a game you wish you could replay as an adult? As in you magically have no memory / nostalgia of the game? Oh, probably. I mean, the easy answer, I don't know if you're asking in Star Wars or just, I think you're just asking games. But LER leadership tells us America is all that matters. They also tell you that trans people don't exist. Maxine, who are you gonna listen to? Is there a game that I wish I could magically replay with no knowledge of? The easy answer is games like Outer Wilds and Tunic, especially Tunic. Games that like really rely on how much you remember about the game. But those seem like kind of a cop-out. And also, I don't know if I want to replay Outer Wilds. You know, I love that I had the experience I did with it a few years back. You're asking in general? Okay, Harry. Honestly, most of the games that I really like, I like because I've played them a bunch. You know? There's gotta be something. What games did I even play as a kid? You know, I would love getting to replay one of my favorite games, and anyone who's played it also feels the same way, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. It's a really good game. It's got great music. It's got great writing. It's really fun. The original Japanese and Switch remake has a trans character in it. Explicitly trans character. Huge. Yeah, it's just a really good game. And the remake is phenomenal. I'm so impressed with what they did. It's everything I had hoped it would be and more. I would love to replay that as an adult without having, like, childhood memories of it, because I think I would have been so impressed, you know? Games like that. I would also... There are games like Majora's Mask that I think would really speak to me if I had played them as an adult, you know? And it's not to say they don't speak to me. I have played Majora's Mask as an adult, but Omega, Clea, and Vel working together would be elite, but also the Empire would be down in like a week. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You were mentioning in a video to maybe play KOTOR live. Yeah, that's a guarantee, to be clear. Do you still plan to do that? Do you have an idea when that would be? Would love to see you play and hear your thoughts about my favorite game. Yes, KOTOR is a guarantee. KOTOR is going to happen. KOTOR, here's the plan. Here's the plan. The plan might change because I like to be flexible. We like our freedom here on the Daughters of Ferrix show. The Daughters of Ferrix live stream show. The plan is to finish 1,000 Times Resist. That will probably be 4 or 5 more streams because I believe I'm halfway through. And we will finish 1,000 Times Resist. Then I want to play Papers, Please. I want to play Papers, Please. It'll be one stream. I haven't played it before. People talk really highly of it. And it'll be kind of a palate cleanser. And then we will play KOTOR. That is the plan. That is the plan. I want to be playing KOTOR over the summer, I think. If it feels like I'm, like, if I'm kind of getting tired of KOTOR, like, I want to take a break, we might take a break and play something different, something short, for a week or two, or we'll just, you know, do something silly like we're doing now. But, yeah, we'll play, I expect to start KOTOR 2 in about 2 months. Probably a little less, frankly, but it all depends on how long 1,000 Times Resist is. So, the KOTOR stream will come out right when the remake is released. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. I hope that game's good, honestly. The fact that they're making, like, a spiritual successor is exactly the right call, I think. Anyway, yes, Chroma 2K. I will be playing KOTOR. I committed to it. I am a them of my word. I'm a woman / them of I'm a themin of my word. Christopher asks, Family Guy Star Wars video when? Okay. So I guess I haven't seen the Family Guy Star Wars special. I know of it. I can't imagine there's anything interesting I have to say about it. But you know what? Sophie managed to rope in the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars to one of the episodes. She did great for that. I loved that she managed that. Since you're a 1000-Year Door fan, have you heard of or played Bug Fables? Would 1000% recommend. I've heard of it. I've heard of it in the context of Good Paper Mario. I would really like to play it. I just kind of haven't gotten around to it. But no, I have heard of it. I'm definitely down, you know? It looks like it's really fun. Anyway, that's my thought. If I can tie in a fuck-ass Star Wars thing to an actual script, I will. Like, as soon as I knew that I could talk about Angry Birds Star Wars in, Andor is Not Enough, is what the fucking episode is called. As soon as I knew I could talk about Angry Birds Star Wars in that, I was so fucking pleased. I knew it would be so funny. I knew it would be so, like, whether or not it's funny to y'all, it's funny to me, and that's who I make jokes for. I super love Papers, Please. It's so mundane, it loops back around to interesting. Well, good. Let's hope it's interesting on stream. All right, we have one last one from Elena, and it's a long one, so that's why we left it for last. Let's make sure it's the last one. Okay. Elena asks. Actually, I'm gonna take a drink of water for this. This is like a paragraph. Chroma 2K is super stoked for KOTOR 2. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. It's been a few years since I played a KOTOR game, so I hope I had an okay time with the like dated battle system and stuff. I had an okay time with it playing KOTOR in like 2021 or whatever was the last time I played one of those games. So hopefully I feel the same way. But I'm not like an RPG player first and foremost, you know. I can't remember if this was directly mentioned in your episode with Queers Watch. Damn, episode 2. That's a callback. But since Disney has taken over the franchise, there have been a significant spike in queer representation of Star Wars. Female characters and a general shift away from the franchise catering near exclusively towards young men. And we have, of course, seen a massive backlash. Obviously, there have always been women writing Star Wars, but with A.C. Crispin and Jude Watson taking more gender-ambiguous pen names, yeah, that's worth mentioning. You are very astute for keeping that in mind. It's not always been out in the open like it is now. And Legends queer representation is near non-existent. Yeah, there's like some weird shit sprinkled in there, and then like 2 intentional queer people. Anyway, shout out to my goat, Juhani. We love a bisexual queen. Do you think the shift would have happened at all if George Lucas was still owner? Is it more due to Disney as a corporation trying to diversify the franchise, or to the more general cultural acceptance of queerness and feminism since 2012? I'm not done reading your question, but I disagree that feminism has been accepted more. Like, obviously, we're in a bad time, but I mean, in general, I think feminism as a concept is, like, culturally demonized, and the larger, like, cultural demonization of feminism as a practice, despite, like, you know, people are, like, sometimes okay with women, but that demonization is actually one of the best assets that, like, conservatives have, and have gotten in the last, like, 20 years, is just how thoroughly people, look down upon feminists and feminism as a concept. Anyway, with the shift being more inevitable and less dependent on ownership, as much as I don't want to give Disney too much credit for anything, I can't help but think a Lucasfilm Star Wars in 2026 would have stuck more to its own status quo. Sorry this got a little long. That's fine. I don't mind a long question. So, first off, I think it's worth mentioning that for whatever... Listen, all of the entertainment industry is floundering. That is not a thing unique to Star Wars right now. But they are trying really hard to have it both ways. now. They weren't, but they're trying to be like, we're gonna make movies for men now. As if they weren't doing that originally. They just also had, like, a woman written by a man instead of a man written by a man. Like, it's still, the stuff they made was never, with the exception of a few books, there was never Star Wars media that was not targeted at men. It was just also targeted at other kinds of people, right? Have you played Mass Effect? No, I haven't. I have heard that the stories are pretty good. Yeah, I think that's worth mentioning, is that they're kind of trying to, especially with the, you know, the expensive stuff, they're trying to be like, look at Starfighter. We cast a white guy and hired a different white guy and hired a different white guy and hired a different white guy, you know? And so, you know, we're not, it's a bad world. But, I think in general, like in the 2010s, you would have seen that in Star Wars. Now, if George Lucas still owned Star Wars, they would be making less Star Wars. So that's a big difference. Like, volume does matter. And it's very possible that like Disney Publishing was like, yeah, we want to just like fucking cater to like a bunch of people and whatever. But a truth of the matter is that writers tend to be relatively progressive bunch. There's some like freaks out there. There's some weird ones with weird opinions. There are some Karen Travises, right? They do exist. And listen, there are a couple of people who have written Star Wars for Disney that are absolutely conservatives. But in general, because those are the types of people making the creature. Stop biting cords. Because those are the types of people who write Star Wars, that is, it's gonna tend that way, because a lot of the queer representation we've gotten is from men. Men writing Star Wars. Men writing pretty good women. Because Star Wars still, by and large, gets made by them. Even the, like, woke ones that I like. Or the less woke than they should be that I like. Brackets Andor. Still written by men. Still largely made by men. Now, stuff like the High Republic, I don't think the High Republic would have happened with George for a lot of reasons. The High Republic was deliberately trying to have like a more diverse set of main characters. Granted, some of its main characters still kind of ended up being like a het couple, but you know, queer dominance is never the name of the game. So it's very possible. Also, Lucas is like medium woke. He definitely knows some gay people, etc. There has been a push by like Disney Publishing and Disney whatever to be like, what if we put a thing in the you know? But I think it is more reasonable to understand it as part of like a wider cultural shift. Because like, even though I believe that feminism has been by and large demonized, and so have a lot of other things that I'm gonna mention, trans people have become more normalized. Gay people have become more normalized. It's still not good. It's still not good. It is still notable when there is a gay couple grinding up on each other in the Bad Bunny Super Bowl performance, you know? Like, that's still something. We're not that far gone. I mean, we're not at all gone. There are people who have power who don't think we should be able to marry each other. Like, yeah. Anyway, that's my thought on that. But I'm like, I have the broadly kind of Marxist mind virus, which is I tend to greatly attribute things to larger social and financial factors. then, you know, did George Lucas own it or not? I think it'd be a little different. I think the places we'd see it would be different. But mostly I think we'd have less Star Wars, and I think it would be kind of how it is now in the books. Because the books were already moving that direction. They were already moving that direction before George sold it. And it's why, if you read the, like, Legend stuff from 2013, you're like, yeah, this is pretty similar. You know? There's, you know, Heir to the Jedi is, like, a little bit weird and whatever, but they're not that different. I got super distracted and came back to Marxist. I'm like Pavlov's dog. I do the same thing. It's okay. All right, and I think we're good on questions. I think that's everything. Let's check. Okay, that's it. Cinema. All right. Well, we beat Octo Expansion in, it doesn't say up there, but like 3 hours, 31 minutes. We answered a bunch of questions. I answered a bunch of questions. Y'all didn't answer shit. Stop taking credit. Stop stealing valor. And that's my... Listen. Is it a birthday stream? Yes, but it's not my birthday, and also I don't really care. I just wanted to do something special. I just wanted to do something fun. So, we'll probably do something like this on the anniversary of the show, which is in August. 3rd anniversary of the show. That's crazy to say. I remember just being... Wait. Hang on, did I actually answer all of them? I want to make sure I answered all of them. How does it feel to be old? What's the target audience? How do you respond to the allegations? Oh, I missed this one. That's crazy. This is like the 4th one in here, and I just completely skipped it. Sorry, I didn't want to miss any. Who asked this? Did it say? Hang on. Or did I just like accidentally delete it? Let's check. I'm going to make my spreadsheet bigger so I can look at it easier. This is what I get for having the spreadsheet be like this much of my screen. Form responses 1. Undo, 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 undo. Okay, this is another one from Tasha. So, I can't believe I just missed this. Okay, I'm going to answer it. See, I kind of remembered this one from yesterday when I was, like, glancing at them. Tasha asks, this one, I like this question. This is a very sweet question. I've been really struggling with voice training. Any tips, especially given that you have to talk for so long? That's true, I do talk a lot. I think this is a very sweet question. Because these days, I don't do shit, right? I talk like this. And that was not always the case. If you go back and listen to early Daughters of Ferrix, I sounded different. But I felt like the way I sounded then, I was less expressive. I was communicating worse. Gotta get quad monitor set up. I don't have the desk space for 4 monitors. I don't have the desk space for 3. I barely have 2. Yeah, no, I made a deliberate choice to like shift away from a more feminine voice. Part of that is that that's actually not quite what I want. You know, if I could like engineer my voice in a lab, it would be different than it is now, but not by that much. In general, I have, aside from the like pitch of my voice is somewhat androgynous. The voice, the pitch is pretty low, and sometimes I do that, and sometimes I take advantage of it, and sometimes I don't care. But I have mostly stopped caring about what my voice sounds like, because I wanted to be more expressive. I wanted to be able to do and say more in the show. I do talk a little bit differently when I'm, like, outside in public. And if I really feel unsafe, I might, like, switch it on a little bit. But that doesn't... I do that less and less and less and less. Because the way I feel about my gender identity has changed a lot in the last few years. I guess... These days, I'm not really trying to convince anyone, you know? Not that that's a bad thing if you feel like you need to do that for you, and not that I think that most trans people are like trying to convince anyone, but that's just how I feel about it within myself. I have done voice training. Anyway, all of that is why sometimes people who claim to be trans people, and I actually believe that they are, because we like to project onto one another. Sometimes trans people would be like, "You need to fucking voice train." One, you don't get to have a say over what I do with my body and how I express myself. Two, if you ever want me to change something about my appearance or my voice, support the show on patreon.com/daughtersofferrix, because that's how I pay for doing stuff like that. Anyway, it's none of your fucking business what I sound like. And also, I choose to sound like this. I have been very deliberate about how I spoke since I was a teenager. I'm very, like, a lot of the things I say and a lot of the things I do are kind of like affectations. I do have some of my original, like, Utah accent, but it's kind of corrupted. I sound somewhat different from, like, my siblings, right? So I was already, when I was, like, early transition, I was already thinking about how my voice sounded, before I was even trying to, like, do what I felt was sounding like a woman, right? Because that's often what it is. It's like doing what you feel to be that ideal. Because how does a woman sound? I'm a woman. I sound like this. I don't know. And there are other, like, phenomenal trans women who do good work or who are really funny or just really personable that sound more like me. There are stand-ups and podcast hosts and, you know, so what? So what? I don't think it's bad to not voice train, but it's reasonable to want to. Right? It's reasonable to want, you know, a lot of being trans is wanting to be different, wanting to align yourself with what you expect yourself to be, or what you will be most comfortable or most happy being. As far as voice training goes, one, it's not actually about pitch. It's more about, like, prosody. It's like the up and down of your voice. It's more about, like, where the voice is coming from, like, in your throat, in your mouth, you know? You will have an easier time with voice training if you have experience using your voice, if you have singing experience, if you have voiceover experience. I have done both. Not, like, well, I don't think I was, like, super good at any of those things, but I have that experience. And so I was coming at it from a little bit more comfortable of a perspective. I also, one of the things about voice training is that if you want to change your voice, right? If you want your voice to be different, you got to commit to it. You got to say, this is what this is going to be, and you got to do it basically always. Once you're learning, like, spend time practicing, and then don't map it on necessarily immediately, but integrate it more and more and more, and get to a point where you say, this is what I'm doing now. Because, like, I would speak a certain way on recording, and I would speak a certain way in public, and I would speak, I mean, I didn't actually quite sound like this when I would, like, talk to my girlfriend. I still sounded like a little bit, like, more feminine. I deliberate, I'm different than I used to sound. I recognize, which is really funny to me, because you go back and you listen, and I sound like a kid, essentially, to me. I sound like I have grown up, which is delightful, in my opinion. But I also, now, this isn't how I sounded 7 years ago, pre-transition, right? My voice is, I can't say that word on stream, gayer, shall we say? The bad word for gay-ear. And like, I have videos of myself talking pre-transition, and I was, like, down here and more monotone, because that's one of the main, the monotony is one of the most consistent threads throughout like men's voices, what we like often associate with a man's voice, is more steady, less uppy, downy, less prosody is the word. There are people who do like online voice training stuff. Go listen to that. Listen for what you like. Don't listen to someone explaining, here's how you do this, here's how you do this, and go, oh, that's what I need to sound like. Have a goal in mind. Have someone you want to sound like. Have something you want to feel like. Don't let other people tell you what you are supposed to be as a feminine person. I think that is the best advice for any trans person, genuinely. And you know, don't take it too seriously. It's not. If you have an easy time with it, awesome. If you have a hard time with it, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to give up. A piece of advice that I remember hearing years ago: if the way you're speaking is hurting you, you are doing it wrong. Voice training, how you are speaking for voice training needs to be relaxed. It needs to be comfortable. Don't strain your voice. Don't strain yourself. That can actually like hurt you sometimes. I don't recommend that. Yeah. Anyway, that's most of it. More frustrating part is the fact that I've already internalized that kind of stuff, and while I don't put that on others, it has definitely slowed things down. Yeah, I absolutely have some of those things. I absolutely. And some of the ways, like, I've mentioned that, like, I feel differently about my identity than I used to. Some of that is like, well, I don't feel like I have to prove anything to anyone. I don't. Most of the time. I have these little moments, right? We all have our little moments with people that we used to know, or like our family or whatever. We all have our moments. But for the most part, strangers, people in public, people who don't like us, I don't care. I don't care. Mostly. I do occasionally care about what, like, nice people, like, if someone is nice, and then I'll like, correct people, right? But I don't internalize it. Some of that does come from me giving up a little bit. Not, like, a lot. Most of it is, like, an evolution of my comfort with myself and whatever. But some of it is me going, man, I'm old. I'm not actually old. You're never too old to transition. Let's be clear. There are people way older than me who had very successful transitions and started when they were way older than me. Do not box yourself out of anything because of your age. That's toxic. Get rid of the part of your mind that says that. Anyway. No, and I've been doing this for a while. And so, you know, I've been trans the majority of my adult life. How much do I want to feel like I'm not where I want to be, you know? And I'm not. There are things that I want. There are things that I want. There's healthcare that I want that I don't have yet. And if there's stuff that you want that you don't have yet, seek it. Try to see if there are programs around you that offer one-on-one voice coaching. Because as much as the online stuff is good, a one-on-one voice coach will do, as long as they're good at it, to be clear. Some teachers suck. But a voice coach will do a million times better for you because they are focused on you and your specific needs and your specific goals. Try to see if there are programs near you. Try to see if there's stuff for low-income people. If you can't afford that, I know I can't. But I also know that my healthcare here in Portland does. I could, like, my healthcare could pay for a place to do that. I'm not in the market for that, but that's cool that I wouldn't have to pay. Anyway, don't strain your voice. Be patient with yourself. If you want to, like, understand how, like, don't be afraid to record your voice and play it back. Get over the part of yourself that hates your own voice. I, like, drove that out of my brain when I was, like, a young adult. It's weird. Like, it's not normal. And sometimes I say things in a different way than I expect that I did. but I really feel like all of the ways I navigate social situations and presenting myself is just that I had to learn it. I had to learn all of it. I just I had to learn how all of these things work just to like survive. And I walk through like how to do it. Feels like operating a big robot, but the robot is me. Oregon healthcare goated except Providence. Well, not goated, nor in the US. Oregon healthcare, pretty good. Pretty relatively good. My healthcare specifically is goated. I have trouble taking advantage of it because I'm used to having, to be honest with you, I'm used to having no healthcare. But it is nice that I pick up my meds. The game keeps timing out. It is nice that I pick up my meds and they're free. That's like, every time that happens, I feel like I've robbed them. Which is, you know, what the US does to you. But anyway. Being trans is worthwhile. I've talked about that a lot. I've been talking about transness a lot. Because people... You look at people who are already doing it, and you're like, how do they do it? That's natural. That's normal. I do that with my friends. I do that with people I follow online. Like, I've been there. I've been there. That's just part of it. It's worthwhile. It's pretty doable. It's not as hard as people say. Everything... Listen, I said that I had, like, voice experience or whatever. Everything that I am and that I've learned to do and the things that I've made myself, I have learned in about the last half decade. Like, I learned to do my nails. I learned the eyeliner. You don't have to do your nails or do eyeliner to be a trans woman. I just enjoy them. At first, I did makeup because I had to see myself like that. I do makeup now because I like it. I think it's fun. I like the way it looks. I like the way it feels. I like experimenting with it. The makeup that I do is very different from what I started doing. That's super fun. I love makeup. I'm not like the most knowledgeable person about makeup, but I know my makeup, and I always have. And that's very fun. I'm not like... I don't do crazy nail polishes and stuff. I know about stuff because I have like friends and whatever, but lately, black. It's all black. It's all black all the way. I don't want anything other than black nails. It is heaven. And frankly, I wanted black nails even before I had the black polish that I have now. But this stuff is doable. Oh, bonus tip. No one asked this. There are two things. There are two things. If these are things you want, but if you're like early days and you're like, I want to be a woman, right? I want to look in the mirror and see more of what I need to see, you know? Two things. These are massive. One, get a haircut. Get a haircut. I want to try black nails sometime. Hey, if I ever see you at Celebration, I'll do your nails. I'll do your nails. Because black nails are hard to do yourself because it's like black because it like, gets everywhere. Makeup's so liberating to learn. I started last year as an active closeted protest in spite of a transphobic family. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you're a man or you're just kind of if you're just a little non-binary with it, try some makeup. It's fun. Makeup's cool. Men don't understand why makeup is good. And if you're a man and you want to figure it out, do it. It's cool. I will, I guess, do the makeup tutorial. Anyway, first thing, get a haircut. And when I say that, don't go to Sport Clips or whatever. Don't go to your barber. Find a hairstylist and get a feminine haircut. You know, a feminine haircut that you want, obviously. But get something. If your hair's short, think about it. Think about maybe you can adapt that hairstyle. Maybe you can grow it out a couple of weeks. Do something from there. Get a haircut. Don't just like grow out your hair and let it get long and ratty. Don't do that. Also, fucking use shampoo. If you're not using shampoo, use shampoo. I know a lot of people don't. I sorry, I didn't mean use shampoo. Use conditioner. Most people use shampoo. Never use like 3-in-1. I have been like a conditioner warrior my entire like not adult, frankly, since I was a teenager. I've been a conditioner warrior, so I've never I've never had a problem with conditioning my hair. Anyway, get a haircut. With nails, I feel like you got to go not at all or all the way. Proper nail tech nails look better once I added some jewelry and accessories and stuff. I mean, if you just do like a nude, you just do like a jelly pink or something really simple like that. You can do whatever you want, you know? They're like the black nails it's like you kind of want to look like that, you know? But I shampoo once, my hair like absorbs conditioner. That's crazy, Max. At this point, I wash my hair about every 3 days. I used to do it every day, and I shouldn't have. That was too much. But I didn't like that my hair felt gross. These days, my hair's kind of too long for my curls to stay multiple days. I need to be sleeping with a bonnet, but I just don't own one. So that's a problem. That's why have you noticed that my hair just isn't that curly these days? It's because my fucking natural curls just get squanched when I sleep on them. I do black and layer red on top. Makes my fingers look like they're crusted with blood. That's wild. Most things I do you think are crazy. Listen, that's just having friends, in my opinion. In my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm a judgmental bitch. Anyway, second thing, get your ears pierced. Get your ears pierced. Don't pierce your own ears. Get your ears pierced. I guess you could like go to Claire's and do it, like have it done at like Claire's. You should probably go to an actual piercer, like an actual body jewelry person. They usually won't be like crazy expensive. If you're worried about money, keep an eye out for when they're doing like promotions or sales. Maybe they'll be new. Braids at night. Northwest thing is I don't like braiding my own hair. Here's the thing. I enjoy doing my nails. I do my nails pretty often. I love the makeup. I don't. I'm a low maintenance hair motherfucker. If I can get my hair to curl, here's the thing. I do care about my hair, right? My bangs are too long right now. I wanted to get them trimmed before this, but I just didn't. I didn't do it. I care about my hair, but I'm not like a hairstyling person, you know? I understand hair better than I used to, and I understand my own hair better than I used to, but I just like to let it do its thing. I mean, I put stuff in my hair, obviously. I have like a curl thing and another curl thing, and then I have my curl shampoo and my curl conditioner. Obviously, I'm intentional about how I wash my hair. I don't really usually like do braids and stuff, because it's hair up or hair down, and that's pretty much what I got in me. Because it's exhausting. I find doing hair exhausting. I prefer doing my girlfriend's hair to doing my own hair. Because it's exhausting. Something about it. Something about it just tires me out. Something about the reaching the behind. Like, I can hypothetically braid my own hair, but, like, I don't feel like it comes out well and whatever. My mom does mine. That's very cute, Maxine. That's very cute. That's very sweet. Anyway, yeah, no, I want a bonnet. I want a bonnet for my... Because the thing is that my hair, like, at its best, there are parts of my hair that... It's not just that they form curls, they form ringlets. And the ringlets, it does not form the ringlets from braids, unfortunately. So, now that I have a cool roommate, we might do shit. Went bald on a whim? Nice! Nice. There's always this little part of me that's like, I love bald women. I don't know if you're a woman. I love bald women. There's always this little part of me that's like, what if I went bald? I probably won't, like, ever. But what if I did? I tend to prefer like shorter hair. The fact that I have my hair as long as I do right now is kind of a fluke. It's kind of just because I got a haircut that I really liked, and I was like, huh, I can grow this out from here. That's whatever. If I were like doing hair length specifically, I'd want, well, I used to want a bob. I don't think I want a bob anymore. I think I'd go like something real short, or at least fairly short. But these days, it's like my hair is long, and that's just kind of a cool addition to the hairstyle that I have, you know? Whereas I ideally, my hairstyle is kind of mullety, you know? And so the longer this is, the kind of better that is. But I don't really, I never really, I grew up, my hair was already kind of long when I started doing the like haircut stuff in the early transition phase. And I only like grew it out to here because I wanted a bob. I don't want it all long. Sophia of Daughters of Ferrix fame has had just the longest hair for ages and ages and ages because she's been growing it out since she was a teenager, you know? She's one of them. She's like a, you know, soft femme, long-ass hair motherfucker. And I like my hair manageable. The nice thing is that my non-binary hairstylist understand, because they are a person with short hair, they get the like the desire for easy hair that just kind of does its thing. Hair that you can kind of trust and rely upon and do whatever your shit with. And they like really get that. They get that I don't want to use heat tools on my hair, generally speaking. Because I don't want to. It's more work than I like to put into my hair. I like to put work into other things, but I put work into those things and I don't put work into hair. That's how it is for me. And other people feel differently, and also other people are just better at hair than me. I'm sure part of the reason I don't like it is because I never spent the time to learn, but I never felt like I had to, you know? I'm fucking scared of hair loss. I don't seem to be in any danger, but still, I always had like default guy short hair, but eventually I tried growing it out. And that helped my self-image so fucking much. I believe I've seen your hair. It is longer, right? Yeah, I had longish hair. This is the longest my hair has been, but I had longer hair in high school, and I loved that shit. The only reason I cut it off was because my school made me, because it had a dress code, which prohibited long hair on boys, which was really cool and really good for my self-esteem, and I crashed out super hard when they, like, called me to the... He wasn't a principal, but he was the, like, administrator. He was basically a principal. When they called me to the principal's office. Microwavable Lemon says, I love Splatoon. I love Splatoon, too. Splatoon 2. Splatoon 2. Anyway. That was Octo expansion. That was a bunch of questions. I hope I didn't miss anything. If I missed anything... I don't know. Tune into next stream and ask me. It's not like I don't answer questions normally. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Other people ask me stuff. Is this Ximena? It's an X, so it could be a lot of different things. It could be also Ximena. Am I the only one who's thought Hera Syndulla is a black-coded character on the low? Many of the characters from her race/species feel diaspora-coded for sure. I asked because I felt the casting choice for Hera in the Ahsoka show was off. Though many things production-wise feel off in that show. Yeah, I get that feeling. I think that is a good take. In general, I think it makes a lot of sense to understand Ryloth as, I mean, basically like a... The people of Ryloth are racialized in the galaxy. Their planet gets colonized. Their people get killed. They are, like, French accented. Ryloth is, like, a French-speaking colonized African country. Like, that is the most obvious, certainly, aesthetic parallel to draw. There was a long question you wanted to save till the end. That was Elena's question about queer stuff. Anyway, I think that is a really good read of Hera. And I do think casting her as a white person kind of misses that. Because, like, Kanan isn't white, you know? But also, here's the thing. I do like in Star Wars when they cast just, like, people of color in general, and then cast white people and make them be the droids or the aliens, you know? You know, hire a cracker on your show and then paint him green. You know, like, because that has been done in reverse so often, because black people, so especially, have been relegated to roles as non-humans or, you know, painted a different color or voice actors or whatever, and not getting to appear on screen. And when they get to, it's like one person, like tokenization. I like when your token white people are just like a fucking alien, you know? So in that way, I don't, I do kind of like when they cast white people as non-humans in Star Wars. But yes, Hera in Rebels is, I definitely think, yeah, I mean, like you said, diaspora coded. She is a character who's like racialized on the show. I mean, relatively speaking, you know, it's like aliens, a metaphor, whatever. But you're correct. And that is just not an aspect that exists in Ahsoka. And part of that is that Ahsoka is about very different things. Ahsoka's not really about Hera. The degree to which it is, it's like about Hera's relationship to the military hierarchy, etc. And also the law. And not about that. Whereas, like, during the events of Rebels, literal colonialism happens to her home. Like, Thrawn is, like, an explicitly colonial, like, the collector of the... Anyway. I hate the German dub for Hera. German dubs have the tendency to remove any accents and do proper High German. So that thing where Hera switches to her French accent with her father is completely gone. The Germans removed the code switching. The code switching is the best thing about Hera. God, I love her. That's another thing. She fucking code switches. Okay. Renarchy, which is a cool as fuck username. Where do you land on the Chiss Ascendancy? Feels like fascist apologia to me, but I love the characters and find the culture and government so interesting. Makes me a little conflicted. Yeah, I mean, the Chiss Ascendancy is like a colonialist force. I don't think that the Ascendancy books are apologia, and I don't think they really argue for the good of the Ascendancy. I do think you could argue that they're, like, vaguely fascist propaganda. I don't really think so. I kind of think, because they're such hard sci-fi compared to, like, the rest of, pretty much the rest of Star Wars, it's, like, hard military sci-fi for the most part. Relatively. They're still, like, force bullshit. How do I want to say this? Thrawn is a fascist. Thrawn is a fascist in those books. I think they're fun. I think it's sci-fi. I think it's like a sci-fi government that if you read and go, that's cool, then you're an asshole and you should be corrected. But it's like fine. I think the characters are good. I think they're good books. I like Thrawn's depiction in them. I think it's really good. I think that is by far the most I've liked Thrawn. I also think sometimes those books, while they're not about that, they do portray some of the bad shit about the Ascendancy, so it's not like a purely positive portrayal, but it is like a somewhat sympathetic one because we're doing it from their perspective. They are an expansionist force, explicitly. So, but I don't root for the Ascendancy. I don't think the Ascendancy is good. If anyone's like, I like the Chiss Ascendancy as like a state, fuck them. maybe that's extreme. But they're wrong, you know. It doesn't matter. It's fucking book. But you know, I wouldn't want the Chiss Ascendancy to be my government, and it shouldn't be anyone else's. But also, it's so far removed from the, like, actual political allegories that Star Wars entertains that it's hard to do much more. And I do think it's worth, like, talking about that. I do Someday I will talk about Thrawn. There's a lot of things to say about Thrawn. It's just so much work, man. He's in so many books, and people have so many opinions on him, and this other stuff. I have to do research about fucking the Fairmock to talk about the thing that I want to talk about, and some like random stuff from the 90s, and what I want to talk about with Thrawn is so much work, you know? Which is why it's never happened. I really hope the Ascendancy stays in the books. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is the, yeah. Yep, that. Because when I'm reading those books, I don't feel like the Ascendancy is the good guys. I feel like the good guys is Aralani. End of list. No, the good guys is like Aralani and Cheery and what's her name? Mithralian? What's the one who hangs out with Cheery? Who takes care of her? Maybe that is Mithralian. Anyway, and you know, sometimes Mithron Yoroto, you know? I don't think anything live action could do enough nuance. And listen, I think you could probably make an argument that the books aren't as nuanced as they should be. Timothy Zahn does have a tendency to only do like a little. He does like a little bit of here's an authoritarian state as a treat. I don't know. They're good books. They're so far away from anything like grounded. And maybe I'm just saying that because I'm just some white person who's like, yeah, colonialism is fine. You know, maybe I'm like, colonialism is fine in art when I like it. You know, maybe that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't think so though. I think those are just fun books. Those are fun books. It's already military fiction. Military fiction is already kind of bad. It already usually says that the only way to like you have to have a state and you have to maintain the state through like the threat of force and etc. Thalius. Yeah, Thalius. That's what I'm thinking of. Cause who was I saying? Thurfian? Thurfian's the fucking guy, right? He's the like the myth guy who's like, "Rrr." That's how I remember those books. Okay, I'm done streaming. I'm just jumping on tables. I've been jumping on tables for like an hour. We beat Octo expansion. We did it pretty fast. I've not read Canon Thrawn, but the best Legend Thrawn books are the ones where he's dead. That is what I've heard. I would really like to read Outbound Flight, TBH. That has not happened, but I would really like to. Canon Thrawn is good, Hoopa Blom. People are weird about Canon Thrawn in that people are like, oh, people who are fans of those books are... Shut up. Shut up. Sometimes people just like the blue man. Sometimes people are weird anti-fascist trans masks who just like the blue man. You'd be surprised how common that is. They just like it because it's fun books. Because Timothy Zahn is a good writer. That's it. Stop being weird about Thrawn. Stop being weird specifically to the ways that women and non-binary people and trans masks, like, have fun with characters who are fashion. Like, if you get to have any fun as for Anakin Skywalker, they get to stand Thrawn as long as they're not like, wow, he was so cool when he blew up those people, you know? It's okay. It's okay to like the blue man somewhat. Just don't be fashy about it. Just like it's okay to kind of like Anakin. Just don't be a freak. I know a lot of you like Anakin. Don't be weird about it. All right, I'm done. I'm fucking done. We're closing spoon. Star background on. Okay. And live split, we can turn off. Okay, now we're back to normal. Thrawn's the coolest fascist can be, but he's still a fascist. Yeah, he's still a fascist. And listen, he is still a fascist in the text. But Thrawn is, you know, probably the most fun an Imperial is, because he's weird and interesting and entertaining. That's fine. I don't know. Thrawn's kind of a comic book character is the thing, more than he's like an actual authoritarian. And also, I would say that the fucking Ascendancy books make more sense of the ways he's authoritarian than any of the other stuff ever did. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done streaming. I'm done. My birthday is over. I don't care. I didn't care anyway, but my throat is killing me. I need to be done. Oh my god, my cat is here to say goodbye to chat. Bimmy, say goodbye to cat. Cat? Cat, say goodbye to chat. Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Jackal. Thank you, Hoopa Blom. Thank you, BZ. Thank you, everyone who sent in a question. I'm surprised we had questions till the very end. We didn't run out. All right. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye, Microwavable Lemon. I'm sorry you missed Sploon. Happy International Goofing Off Day. Fuck yeah. All right. A week from now, 1,000 Times Resist. I'm also writing Daughters of Ferrix, but it's not going to be done. Expect the March report in like a week. I'm considering changing it from report to newsletter. Anyway, I'm leaving. Fucking don't talk to me.